shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. 500 years and some days. They all expect us to slack. Yes, we still bottom in wage. So keep your whole focus intact. Same type of problems as slaves. We gon' get justice and tax. So I give fuck what they say. Keep your perspective on black. They are so mad that we waking up. Now we got dripping intelligence. There is no chaser inside of our cups. Look at these gangsters be gentlemen. Yes, we did timing when timing was tough. Learn fast, there is no settling. Took on their games and we called out their bluffs. Had to learn game from the veterans. Look at the time that we sat up and put in. Rolled out the bunks with no comfort for cushions. Learned all they ways in this maze and we took ones. Straight in their face of their lies they was pushing. Now you staring at refinement. Ain't no breaking this alignment. Gold plated with some diamonds. 24/8 is the timing. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. They bite off our styles and our different gifts. Then they play games with our minds. Microaggressions and inferences. Try to do shade on our shine. They watch to make fun of our differences. That plus the hate made us climb. Walk through the mouths, count them distances. No, you not taking from mines. They drove us and want us to stay asleep. They blatant as hell with they moves. Now we got crimson on different keys. Dripping with berries and juice. We doing it loud, no being discreet. Shining with all of our jewels. We pushing for people that's here and deceased. Big stepping on they rules. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing it like we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a pain lift. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shift. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living lavish, just all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the graves, everybody hurt. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing it, now we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. What's good, black family? Hope everybody doing well. You know what I'm saying? Hope at the beginning of my vacation, I get to take a day off. Psych. Man, she like a whole dinosaur. I ain't even mean to say that shit. Why she riding a bike like? Yo, buddy. Judah in the chat was good, y'all. Hope everybody saw the graduation event. A lot of technical difficulties. That's all because of my wife. I blame everything on her. So just as y'all know, so if anything y'all saw that had an issue, blame my wife. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Suicide bombings are coming back like 2003. I don't think so yet. Iran gonna turn up, but America was smart this time. America only blew up the military shit, from what I understand. They ain't go after no civilians. They ain't pull up, you know what I mean? The Kosovo. They ain't pull up them. But what was her name? Nah, nigga, that was all you see. Here come Marley. There's always one of these simp ass niggas that want to defend a nigga wife, son. Pick your position, boy. What the fuck is you talking about, son? Talking about it was all me. Hit y'all simp ass niggas, man. I said it was Marsha 4. It was Marsha 4. Hell is wrong with y'all? Damn it. Yo, niggas was crazy in the 70s. Yo, when I said woman, I said it was your fault, woman. Like, damn. Oh, shit. I can't feel nothing. I ain't gonna lie. I've been mad pain, son. I gotta start working out, son. I ain't used to this type of pain, son. Nah, this ain't stretching. This is lack of working. I gotta get in the gym, son. Gotta get in the gym, son. It's getting better and better. Nah, but that show, I blame Logic. No, I blame myself. So this year going forward, we planning everything right now. So literally, we're gonna start planning the graduation ceremony right now. We're planning the science fair is already booked up. We're doing the flyer for the science fair this week. So that way we're not doing it in December. We're gonna do both science fair flyers. So we're doing December and June. And we're doing the end of the year ceremony right now. Like we planning all that this year up front because I gotta do that. I definitely gotta step my game up for that. I take all accountability, except for what I can blame my wife on.
So what?
That drip list. He tired though. If you tired, I ain't gonna lie. That you know what I'm saying. Start a Black American history class, bro. We do African studies. What do you think we learn in African studies? Even though technically our African studies class is more of a diaspora.
American history is Black history.
Yeah, it's more like a diaspora class.
No, American history is American history. Stop doing that.
Yeah.
Stop
Can you
doing
take identity class? Yeah.
That's not Black history. Is American history is not Black history.
You can't exclude us from American history.
It's not. We're not excluded from American history, but American history is American history, not Black people history. Black people history go beyond American history.
Black history, not Black history.
The FBA edition. I don't even know what that means. Like y'all ask stuff that the questions y'all be asking, like it sounds good on the internet, but in my real world, I don't even know how to apply the stuff y'all say. Like I understand it from the contextualized, but I don't even.
Africa don't.
Damn, y'all done started a whole argument in the car, son. So I'll be going live in the car with people. I know Judah, but you see they arguing in the car now. See, now they're going over Chinese and Africans. I don't know what they talk about.
China.
This is all your fault, Judah.
Mao Zedong.
See, Mao Zedong.
Nothing.
I don't know what
China history is China history. India history is India
What you
history.
saying with that?
Dollar Tree's history is Dollar Tree's history. Don't got
Crockett
nothing.
history in the caves of the Caucasus Mountains. That's Crockett history in the caves.
Dollar Tree don't got nothing to do with
Africa.
Dollar
bro.
Tree don't got nothing to do with
We
99
gotta
cent
stop
stores.
trying to make everything all black. We gotta stop trying to blackify the whole world. That's not realistic. That's not the real.
We touch every corner of this planet.
That don't mean that the whole world is black because you touched it. Everything you touch don't belong to you.
I feel what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying?
That
That's
ready-
white people
that
shit.
tired
I
and ready to
touched it,
argue.
so it belonged to me.
I told that he need to
Crack
get on
shit.
YouTube
We
and
don't do
shit.
that.
But if we're erased from the history that
See?
they're talking about, then
I was
we gotta
gonna go off on
implement
YouTube.
something.
Now these niggas having a
No,
whole
that's
car convo.
that's over blackifying stuff just to be a part of something. We don't
So I
gotta do
take
that.
it using the vans. See, this is what I get for using the vans.
No.
Son.
You don't have to over
Turn up. You see
blackify
this
your
shit?
history. You don't gotta make everybody in history black just to own something. That's false. That's bullshit.
Right there.
That's fake. That's fake news. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. Everything, when we try to claim everything, that's not, you know what I'm saying? That's blackifying shit. I mean, everything
What
don't
he
belong to
said.
us. Everything don't belong to us. You can't push that narrative.
That's Dot. Your Dot going off right now. Your Dot.
That's from the 80s, man. We in 2025. We gotta push. We gotta step that level of that narrative up. That's old school shit. That's from the old Israelites, man. We past that, man. We gotta stop thinking.
You gonna watch it? You talk about Israelites, son. Yahweh Shad, son.
Yeah, we passed that.
I'm still an Israelite.
That's the narrative of the 80s from the Israelites. Is what
I'm
saying.
still an Israelite.
That's
What
an
is you
old
talking
narrative.
about?
You know what I'm saying? Like that we still, you know, the Israelites are talking. That's what I was telling. What's her name earlier? Modesty, man. Talking about the end of the world shit. The Israelites are talking about the world supposed to end before the year 2000. We're in 2025.
But the Israelites, those are the fake Israelites. They don't got it right. You got to get the real Israelites, the authentic.
Nah, that's the whole same shit.
It's 102 degrees in Trenton, New Jersey. I know it stinks. New Jersey stinks. Don't tell Psycho I said that, but from a New Yorker perspective, New Jersey stinks.
Why is all of my lighters?
Like, no cap, Jersey stink, right? Jersey does stink, though, bro. Yo, Joe, you my man, though, but let's be real, no caps. And Jersey smell like ass. But we ain't gonna take it. I don't want Psycho to get upset.
Certain parts. Yep, certain parts.
Jersey better than New York? Yeah, all right. All right. You sound crazy. You said Jersey, New York, all that shit is a rat hole? Yeah, but our rat hole section smells better than the Jersey side.
I would debate that.
And y'all be from towns, y'all got different animals and shit. All we got is rats and pigeons. Y'all got to worry about snakes and crocodiles and scorpions and salamanders and fucking rabbits and pigs and shit. We ain't got to worry about none of that shit.
Just raccoons.
Yeah, we got raccoons, pigeons, and rats. Ants and roaches. That's it.
That's where people go to the post just for the comment.
Damn, Joe said New York smells like beer, piss, and curry rat shit. But that Trini curry tastes good though, right? Yeah. This shit hot as slavery out here, boy. Oh. I'm not going back upstairs. I'm going inside. You know what I'm saying? That's still base too. Still is blown up.
We ain't getting rid of it.
He said we got deers, beavers, and all that on the back porch. Yeah, that shit different. One of my students was in class. She went outside and was a whole deer on her fucking window. I was like, wow, that's pretty exotic. Yeah, don't be talking about New York. New York rats is built like bodybuilders. Yeah, no cap. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that ain't no cap right there, G's. And they walk past you slow like pussy. Like they want you to look at it and say, "What's up?"
Don't get stuck in the train with one.
Yup.
That had to switch bus because the rap album was not staying.
And they not leaving. But Pan Africans and black, my bad. Pan Africans and black nationalists. No, FBAs are not black nationalists. They are proud black Americans. Detroit, y'all got all that in Detroit? Yeah, see, that's crazy. Y'all about to lose your hood status over that one. Anybody hood that got deers and shit and beavers in their backyard, y'all getting demoted to like some rural hood shit. We can't classify y'all. But yeah, black Pan Africans, man. Judah, you gonna roast my hairline? Judah, my hairline's already been roasted, man. The thing is, you're single with a good hairline. I got a fucked up hairline and a beautiful wife. Make that make sense, Judah. You my man though. Keep singing R&B. And you an R&B singer with a good hairline and no wife. Make that make sense, bro. That niggas be having hairlines for no reason, man. You shit, that shit crazy. Judah not married. Don't let that nigga lie to you, son. He married and Sabio married too. I know Sabio got a new wife every week, son. Yo, remember when Savio had a shorty throw shorty? Oh, my goodness. That's my man. That was funny as shit. I was like, oh. LaQuisha, what was her name? LaQuana? Yo, yo, son. Why am I thinking about that shit right now? That was, let me chill, son. That was for Judah. You know what I'm saying? That was, Judah, I bet, I didn't even looking at the chat. I bet you Judah ain't shit put her name. I know Judah remember her name. Yo, what was, yo. Yo, son. Joanna. No, y'all nigga, yo, Joe, you ain't shit. Joanna, man, was like, yo, son. Yo, y'all ain't shit, man. I think that's some pots. He want to DJ. Chase Dad. Yeah. Yeah. In the truck. He in the Lexus truck.
I mean, I'll let him get on the ones and twos.
Oh, you said you let him? Oh, right now we have select up on the dudes, one and twos.
That's your yo. Go ahead.
No, there's no one. I just know the way you said y'all let him get on the ones and twos.
Yeah, no, listen, if you got it, you got it.
He called me like, yo, Q, who DJing? I'm like, you are. He's like, all right, I'm on the way.
Shit, let me see. I'm not there, so he got it.
He's like, I get to blast my music and use all this shit I got in the crib. I'm like, yo, son, stop playing with me. Come on, man.
He's bringing equipment.
This is dad life, bro. This ain't about equipment. This is dad life, bro.
We should move our shit then. Give him his space.
No, he gonna work around it. He gonna work around it.
He got the whole DJ swag right now. He put the glasses on. He put his glasses on. Talk about, sir. My son put his glasses on. He in full DJ mode. He like, yeah, you know I used to DJ. Ooh, they went to get dressed. One of them funny. She was like, I ain't really buy an outfit for the end of the year ceremony. I bought a for the prom. I'm like, you ain't ish. My son got the prom. He got the DJ jackets.
You see it.
I knew back then.
Yo, Sabio, son. My bad. Yo, what was Shorty name, son? Yo, Sabio, I ain't mean to shoot at you, son, but that shit had me crying, son. Yeah, that was a random shot. My bad, bro. It wasn't even really a shot, but it was just so funny. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave you. Yo, y'all ain't shit in the chat, son. Brooklyn Raccoons. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you see a raccoon in Brooklyn, you go the other way.
Damn, it's really.
Yeah, especially that's all we know. You go the other way, unless you want to shoot it. You got a BB gun or something. Shoot that shit, but don't piss it off because it ain't gonna run.
I gave them the chessboard.
Somebody trying to start an internet war
Who?
since the Middle East war ain't kicking off like they wanted to.
What you talking about?
Uh, was it Pan Africans, Black Nationalists? Is this the FBA war or a DEI war?
I didn't know what to put in. I just put some random shit. I just put random shit in the title. I ain't want to. You be putting the thesis statements, Dev. I ain't put no thesis statement. I would have. I was like, well, the last shit I remember niggas was triggered over.
Shit, didn't nobody know what the fuck they was arguing about. That's the main problem. I'm just gonna get up here and fucking respond and say some shit. What are you arguing about? I don't know. Shit, I clocked out on their ass. They was still up.
Nah, but no cap though, Dev. We
Yeah,
gotta have a professional development meeting with Willie, man. We gotta call Willie in the corporate, son.
man, he got good intentions too. He's not ignorant. He's not naive to the fact.
He
Ah
just be
man.
excited. I think he just be excited and want to talk. And I don't think they let him talk at his job and shit. Them white folks, they don't let Willie
Oh
talk at his job.
no, I told you
So
when he first started coming over, I diagnosed him personally 1-on-1 on the panel. He said when he was growing up that his parents used to tell him to shut the hell up all the time, and now he making up all that time.
yeah, you stupid, son. You ain't shit, Dev. I want you to know that you ain't shit. Yo, you ain't shit.
I pulled it out of him. I was like, man, it's got to be something, man. You just can't be going around just okay. I'm gonna start talking. Fuck what you saying. And I was like, one day I was like, yo, what happened, man? He was like, I used to always get told shut the fuck up. So that's it.
Yo, man. Nah, but yesterday, Willie, son, I ain't gonna lie, son. I almost told Willie, yo,
Oh
shut the
yeah,
fuck
you
up.
was really trying to do it.
I
That's why I was
almost was
like,
like, yo, Willie, son, shut the fuck up. I'm like, yo, Willie, son, you about... Son, that's word to New York. So, Willie, son, come on, Willie.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you're Mr. Patient. I'm like, damn, if the father of patience is like, geez, you must be fucking up bad.
I'm like, yo, my man, son, are you serious? You don't gotta respond every time somebody talks. He like, nah, every point. I'm like, yo, damn, Willie, every point?
Uh,
He's like, no, yeah, every point. And GA was on one last night, too. Yo.
that's build up. He been waiting to get some of that shit off for a hot second now. I ain't gonna hold you.
GA signed up his 38. He said, all right, y'all niggas want to play with me? No, this 38 work, right?
GA went off on the other dude on the other panel. And dude came on there and said when black people move into property, they automatically bring the price of value of real estate down. He snapped.
Who was that? John Galt said that shit?
Oh no, this some dude from LA, man. Be on Garfield channel.
The black hate be real.
Yeah, man.
Judah, what show got... Oh, the show last night got deleted. That's right. I fucking forgot. I passed out.
Yeah, that was my bad. It went over at the same time I was getting up. It took me a minute to find out you was playing the tape. I heard my voice on there. I was like, damn, what the fuck that loud nigga doing on there?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I said some bullshit on that stream. I'm not gonna talk so much about politics. I was listening back. I was like, damn, Q, you eating a couple of these words right now. That shit was funny as hell, son. My son Marley showed up with the hard bottoms on today. That's my guy. Oh, is that Power?
It is. Oh shit. Oh.
Wow, that's Power. Hold up. Yeah, we gotta go say hi to Power. Wow.
Hold on, let me put the link in the chat. Yeah, fucking heat wave. Yes, the heat index got up to 104. So according to marketing department at Walmart, I got it on another device. It said they been having problems with people stealing stuff out the stores, switching barcodes. So the self checkout is not really working, and they're going back to the cash register. So we'll see how that go. What's up with it, Miss Demi?
Yo.
Yeah.
Nah, yeah, everybody did their thing. I ain't gonna. I gotta plan everything from right now from next year, cause like it was really, really dope, and to do it last minute like we did, and still come out as nice as it was. I'm like, yo, Q, I'm playing myself, so I gotta start from next year. Right now, so all my calendar will be locked in stone. Going into next year, so that way nothing gonna be looking all last minute shit.
Yeah. Shout out to Dr. Carr. I think everybody was excited to see her.
Everybody, today's, we wanted to get more students to speak, but um,
Nah, that's cool.
we didn't do a good job of organizing that part. I blame everything on my wife. Nah, that's all my fault. I could have did more preparatory stuff. Um, we working on being better. That's why we planning everything right now. The parent teachers meetings already starting for the summer. So new parents and people that's in it ready right now. Already organizing for next year. So I'm hype about that. And we gotta get more students in. That's the whole everything right now is about enrollment.
So you definitely shouldn't have no on-site issues based on your location.
Oh no, it's up, bro.
Yeah.
I'm about to just try to raise funds for these next 2 days, lock in with Shorty. We got the summer program starts on the 7th, so
July 7th?
yeah, July 7th, and I'm planning on no, we did have an events committee, but we didn't really. So what happened was we weren't doing a graduation in person this year, and then I didn't know we was gonna be moving this year, and then I didn't know I was gonna be moving into this space. On top of that, North, all none of these things I knew until none of these things was created until May, and then I've been focused on the relocating, getting bread up, and figuring out all the other stuff, paperwork and business stuff. So I really wasn't. It ain't easy keeping up with a nonprofit with low funding. Like I try to make it look like it's simple, but it's not easy.
I mean, damn, you basically moved twice.
Yeah, this week, and then my freaking suspension. Oh my goodness, the fucking heat. My airbag blew out. Yes, I'm so pissed off. I'm driving. That shit sound like a gunshot went off. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I hear, bop. I'm like, what the fuck is that? All I
Nah,
hear is,
man.
zing. I'm like, what the fuck is
Nah.
going on?
There's plenty of times for that to go down, but you definitely don't want that to go down in the middle of a goddamn summer massacre. We get our heat index got up to 104 here, dog. That was at 3 o'clock. I don't even want to measure it now.
Say again.
Our heat index got up to 104 at 3 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, shit was stupid today, son. I ain't gonna lie. This shit was last night.
Yeah, I think we got one more hot night. I'm about to go. I'm surprised the popsicle man ain't out. Or woman.
Yo, yo, Joe, good looks with the buck, bro. He just sent the buck. Yeah, we definitely fundraising, y'all. So Joe just started off. I ain't put it. We need to raise funds. I ain't gonna lie, son. Y'all get mad at me? What? We need to raise funds, b.
Yeah, that don't never stop. We always raising funds. Every live stream at least should be round the clock.
The identity class. GA called me yesterday. He said, yo, Q, I got mad ideas for how we gonna step up the computer science class. Shout out to Don, the CAD class. I gotta get him Fusion. We gotta make sure the kids got Fusion. And Tinkercad. Man, listen, son. If I can get them on AutoCAD, oh man. And in this partnership, we gonna set up with this with organization we looking to do. We got several partnerships we got working on right now. But the ones this week, we got a computer science one. I'm really hype about that one because that certificate is worth a lot of bread. If you get it. So all the adults that's in the chat, that'll be offered. She charged $1,200 for a class. She said she'll break it down less for me and shit. Because she gonna offer it out of the space. But we're gonna try to find a way to get grants and all that stuff for the class. But we're gonna
Yeah,
get
I think the federal program shit gonna kind of ease up, slowly come back.
the what?
All them federal cuts that was happening, I think that's gonna slow down and come back. Dr. Lamb said one of her programs got reinstated. She got reinstatements on a couple of her programs. So
Hell yeah. Oh shit, look at my son on the pull up.
yeah,
Hold on, fix your shirt, bro. Fix your shirt. Fix your shirt. Take the book bag off. Take the book bag off. Fix your shirt. Hold on. No, it ain't hold on. Fix your shirt first, bro. Take the book bag off, man. You don't put no book bag on with no shirt on like that, B. You got a t-shirt on? You put deodorant on? Yes. You sure? Yeah, yes. 3 swipes? Yeah, yes, bro.
he counting them.
Yo, Twitch, I did everything. Mazai's right over there. She not letting you walk into that space like that.
Each armpit?
She not talking to you, twin. I can't tell her. No, bro. She only want to see Jacob, bro. Sorry, bro. Yeah. For what?
That shirt tight Fleeto. What are you looking for? No. I'm just grabbing my glasses. I don't need those glasses. Back up so I can say that shirt Fleeto. I ain't gonna lie, that shirt Fleeto.
What is fleet?
Yeah, that's a cool word, bro. Fleet means stop. What the? This block is dangerous. I'm not gonna lie. Son, what the fuck?
What is sleep? Yeah, stereo. We got heat advisories. No outside. Shit, I should started at 9 o'clock. It was 90 degrees at 9 o'clock. And that's gonna go way past 6 o'clock, yo. Only reason you hear cars in the background now, cause I done found me a tree, and I'm right off the river, so I got a good constant breeze. But there ain't nobody in the sun. Yeah, man. I was drinking cold water the whole program. Think I'm gonna just do nah, I'm not gonna turn no appliances on. I'll be cool. I wanted to get some more strawberries, but I didn't want to deal with the public. But I'm gonna have to make my way back between the night today and tomorrow, though.
Lucky business without the suits.
Yo, Judah, I feel you, Judah, but you got a good hairline and you single, bro. And you like 38. What's the point?
You said Buddha?
My son Judah.
You said what's the point?
Yo, pause. What you mean? Yo, Sabio, pause. That was crazy.
Yeah, go ahead. Pin the link up.
Yo, y'all did. Judah and Joe. Y'all about to lose your mind status, man. Y'all niggas going back to Sinetta, man. Y'all niggas going back to Sinetta and Nepal, man. Take y'all asses back to Nepal channel, man.
Hell nah.
Them niggas, you ain't know Judah's Nepal's first mod.
I knew he was.
When she used to do tarot card reading, Judah was her first mod. But then Sinetta cursed him out and shit, so he never came back.
Hell nah.
Yo, Amin, you gotta take bro. My phone got reset, bro. No, I reset my phone, but I don't know what the hell I'm doing with this dumb shit. Fucking iPhone. So all my I've been saving my apps. I don't know what the fuck I've been doing. My phone numbers. WhatsApp is on stupid.
Shout out to me, man.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to do the speaking shit, bro. But yeah, Pan Africans and Black Nationals versus everybody, man. Everybody else got that shit super confused, weird. That shit's crazy. Like females is dressed like they at the beach outside right now. Shit.
that equator weather.
Goldmine was good.
Look, go.
Hey yo, son. Hey yo, son. Who that? Who that? Who that? I'm waiting for you to wake up and shit. I'm like, this nigga, I'm looking at you like, when this nigga gonna wake up, son? Son, though, y'all chilling? Boy, you already, son. I'm looking at it like, when is he gonna look at it, son?
Oh man,
Son looking like you ain't got that many ops, boy.
No, no, they not in the weather.
My son Roz ain't hit the panel in a minute.
Shit, he was up
Listen,
there the other day.
Rozzy's the one that vandalized Umar Johnson's school with the kids.
Shit, Roger got in it with Will. Boy, Will wouldn't shut the fuck up. Roger started snapping. And dude he was arguing with got off the panel.
Complex design, good looks, family. Now my son Willie got to learn how to have some decorum though. So I ain't gonna lie, so just write them shits down. Like, you ain't got to respond to everything. He like, no. Anytime somebody says something, I gotta make sure I give them my 2 cents. It's a panel discussion. That means anytime somebody saying we all supposed to respond. Like, nah, nigga, you don't gotta respond every time somebody talk. Yo, y'all gotta stop writing these. Y'all know this is a New York panel, bro. Even though everybody be from all over the place, you can't be writing shit like that in the chat without saying pause, all right? No man for tell the next man they on their way to whatever situation. And that's such language, man. You gotta put pause after that. PA, this right, PAU. You know what I'm saying? Period, PAU. You gotta be self-aware, brother. We conscious brothers, man. Conscious brothers are aware of their speech.
Nah, go man, that ain't no Harlem shit. We'll be on some where you get that shit from. Hanging around all them white boys. You know, them stockbrokers in the financial business from Wall Street. Most of the shit they be talking about be BS. You be listening. I hope he don't be picking up no other habits. Because most of the brokers on Wall Street be doing hard drugs too. I don't know if there's been any time where they just said, well, we're not going to do no hard drugs. Motherfuckers stay blowed. Shout out to Demi, $10.
Corny ass BMWs. He said real men don't have to say no homo. Yeah, we say ayo and pause. Next. Ayo. Pause. Hey, that was crazy.
Oh,
I'm in with the next 25. Said make use of Cash App. Y'all definitely appreciate y'all. We definitely in fundraising mode.
that's for sure.
All right, buddy.
Did you hit Price? It might have been my phone.
What y'all
My
on,
bad.
man?
Yeah, you good now? That was my bad, man. Trying to do 5 things with one finger.
No, I came to shout out, bro, man. That was a hella program today, man. Yeah, Dr. Cobb show up in there.
Yeah, man. I thought she was there at first. I was like, damn, she made it.
Yeah, you had some great speakers, man.
Yeah, Dr. Carr killed it. I ain't expected to say all of that.
Yeah. I let you know she be watching, man.
Yeah, you heard it out her mouth straightforward, bro.
Yeah.
Miss Stella was like, Q, we need to clip that right now and put that on the website, on
Yeah,
YouTube, and we'll send it to every new parent.
Yeah.
fire, man. I'm with Stella.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, yo, every new parent. Like, you want to know about our program? Well, listen to Dr. Carr. You don't know who Dr. Carr is? Let her tell you who she is, because then come back to us. Yeah, that's getting
That's
clipped.
it.
Take that off.
That's getting clipped tonight.
Before I get messed up or lost, I gotta get taken off.
No, it's on the net. It's on 5 channels. Yeah, Judah, good looks, man. We gonna make the next year one way better, bro. And we doing the community events again this year too. So Judah, if you want, you can sing at some of the events. You know what I'm saying? You can sing the Black National Anthem and shit. You know what I'm saying? Lift it. What the lift every voice? What's that one too? You can take that one too, right? Lift every voice. That's the events, right? What's the other one that's in that what's the other one he can sing? It's like 3 songs you can do. We ain't gonna have you lift every voice every week. You just record a video. Don't be waving your finger while you singing that shit, because I know how
Oh,
you know
no.
R&B niggas be closing your eyes and waving your fingers and shit. That
Hey,
ain't
yo.
the Amazing Grace. Judah gonna have his finger waving, holding his phone.
Mm.
Yeah, Amina killed that. We didn't even know Amina wrote that song.
Man, that sound like she had some more.
And that's it. That gotta
Yep.
get put up.
She just cut it off.
Figure out a way to record it.
Yeah, she's a beast. Man.
She's definitely another dope,
Sung her own background.
dope motivation.
That might be me, there. My bad.
That might be my shit.
Man,
Judah,
I'm
you said you
outside.
couldn't sing? Judah, you ain't gotta lie for us, man. We saw your videos, man.
There was a few people that wasn't there too. Maybe she was online. Mika was online.
But yeah, B, I appreciate you, GA. Voltron, man. Fuck Transformers.
Dang.
The kids got the tranny shit. We got Voltron, man.
Nah, Zaya's kid's gonna be all right, bro.
Yo,
Wally was 30.
it's good, y'all.
What it do, Molly?
Same shit, man.
Yo, Marley, I
Yeah,
got
I'm
to
in the
link you
crib.
with the brother. He didn't get to speak today, so we got a psychologist, with somebody with a psychology degree who teaches health, but our health curriculum for the high school is psychology.
Mm-hmm.
You a son. See if you could like
All
once in a while do a like a feature class or a workshop. You know what I mean? Or a certain class because it's all about mental health and shit.
mm-hmm. All right, cool.
Having a bunch of stuff.
Uh,
You might be going in and out. Yeah, I can't even repeat that, Joe. I don't see him denying it, so let that ride out.
my son Judah said I was driving, but he said Judah singing, waving his finger like Christina Aguilera was crazy.
Uh,
With a bonnet on. Don't forget the bonnet.
hey, yo.
Nigga ain't got no hair, but he got a bonnet on. GAT was goody.
Besides, as soon as you come out, that he hits you.
Make a song for my wife. Fuck out of here, no love music shit. Dot be doing that R&B rap shit for females and shit. That shit not cute butter, bro. I fucking hate love movies, bro. I hate them shits, man. Love stories, that shit is, oh my goodness, ain't nothing blowing up. Maybe a love story in a shootout shit, but I'm like, why they put the love story in? They could have had a whole nother shootout in the movie. It's my wife, yeah. I'm gonna tell her I love her. I'm not making a song for you. Gotta
Nah, that's that TV reality show crowd, man. That motherfucking housewife shit fucked up a lot of shit, boy.
Judah to that. What the fuck is your wife? Now you gonna get me in trouble. You gonna get me in trouble, Judah. Chill, son. I had this conversation before in the studio. She said the same shit. I'm like, yo, my nigga, like, that shit don't come to my mind, son. Be like, fuck white folks. Black power. Put on hood. And first I gotta do a new song. Doing a song take long enough. Baby Butter Bubba said, bigger bigger issues, Butter. What's my take on the Iran situation?
We're gonna go over the Iran situation in a little bit more space.
I don't really have a take on it yet, honestly. Shit fucked up, but white folks do fucked up shit, so I can't call it. You know, the Jews and white folks in America and Jews around the world. That's one big gang, 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 gang.
So when the
Yahuwah.
so when the British East India Trade Company found that the top commodity on planet Earth was going to go from trinkets, coal to oil, everything started changing in the late 19th century, 20th century. They were dealing with Germany, They were dealing with other secular monarchs, and they were also dealing with the religious sector who was opposed against democracy. You had all those elements play out. So in most of the history books, y'all was told that a shooting of one man started World War I, named Duke. So we'll be able to recover and find out the real reason why World War I started. Because the British Empire and the Russians were allies before World War II.
So it wasn't the Ottoman Turks.
Yeah, they
Yo,
were holding. The Ottomans were holding everything up because they had a massive uh, stranglehold on how other empires trained their military, but uh, their philosophy department was kind of pushing real, natural science, intellect, the evolution of modern technology. They wasn't really putting that as a priority, and by the time we get around to the 20th century, we see by the end of World War I, the Ottomans were basically out of there. But once they was out of there, you saw the British Empire really battling with trying to take control of the oil in the Middle East with the help of the French. They was backstabbing the French, the help of the Italians, the Greeks, and of course the Russians. Only problem with the Russians is that the Russians were dealing with trying to decide between become a socialist communist or a republic as well. So they had their own revolution, civil situation. Uh, the Middle East was a long distance from Russia, and so that's why the British had to find a sweet spot in the Arabian Gulf, which we found to be in the area of Kuwait. But back in the 19th century, they didn't have oil drilling instruments and materials. What was the best way to find out where the oil was? Walk around on the land and look for rocks that turned black.
Hmm.
And that's how they found out where northern Kuwait was in the Kuwaiti oil fields. The rocks were black. So they went to Fuji Masur Fahuddin, who was the ruler of Iran. And we'll get into that. That's just giving you a premise. I'm letting them know why the media is focused on Iran, and it don't have nothing to do with them having no fucking nukes. Ain't nobody worried about Iran having no damn nukes. Why you think they didn't respond today when Iran shot missiles at the U.S. Air Force base in Al Qadida? They shot 10 rockets and they didn't do shit. Most of the stuff I'm gonna be talking about that wasn't in the history books. Because I can count on one hand how many times I saw Winston Churchill's name in the history books when I was in high school.
Oh man, you ain't lying. Mr. Coveralls himself.
Yep, he went. He had some visits in Missouri. Matter of fact, the heartening of America. Nah, they don't teach no history in the military. Shit. They give you some bullshit ass story like they did to me with Saddam Hussein back when I was coming out of boot camp. They said, yeah, it's some crazy mug with a mustache that's got some mustard gas, and he just woke up one morning and started killing his own people for no reason. Huh? Like, really? Yeah, we found out later that uh, not only the mustard gas, but most of his weapons were supplied by the United States of America. He was not killing his own people, but I was
But
being trained to go over there and fight some bullshit ass war as a naive teenager, country boy from Arkansas. Wasn't supposed to figure out what was going on.
wait,
That's
you
another.
talking about the Kurds in the desert?
Yes, the Kurds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they they really more Turkish or Iranian than anything.
Assyrian, to be more specific. Yeah, we'll go through how at one point the people in Iran wanted to be white. They were buying bleach, just like the bleach phase that you saw the people talking about. Some of the women in Africa bleaching their skin. The Iranians went through the same thing. But we still got a lot bit of that going on now. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of black people that want to be white. Some people want what white people got, and then some people literally just want to turn themselves white. What's up, Dr. Lamb? Yes, the United States has
This is crazy.
plenty of plenty of plenty of supply of crude oil in the Dakotas, Montana, Wyoming. We get most of our oil from Canada, way more than we rely on the Middle East for obvious reasons. Why would we primarily depend on getting oil from across the Atlantic Ocean when we got an unlimited supply right here? I mean, does that logically make any sense? So we'll also go over on how MI6 and the British Empire teamed up with the Russian Empire with Stalin. The British came in from South Iran, and the Russians came in from North Iran and forced Reza Shah uh, Pahlavi to surrender with promises of keeping him and his family alive and make their son supreme ruler of Iran. And that is the human being that you saw that was installed by the CIA in 1953 to make sure that the imperialistic colonial agenda was being administered throughout the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and other regions. Well, we ain't got to do that now, though. 7 o'clock on the East Coast, middle of the heat wave. It's going to take me longer than an hour or two to get past that. I'm going to start at 1871 and I'm going to go all the way up to 2025. Year by year, I'm going to explain to you why you see what you saw on TV, read in the newspapers, watching on the news, on how or why is the United States of America so concerned with this little bitty small space in the Middle East named Iraq. And
Mm.
no, the original name is not Persia. Persia is Greek from the Greek mythology gods, the gods of the monster. Iran is the original name. They just switched it when they got control of Eastern Kazakhstan, and then they switched it back. So I explain all that how that happens as well. Since
Look
basketball
at
is
you,
over,
Dad. Keeping up
huh?
with history.
Huh?
I said, look at you, keeping up with history.
Well, y'all keep up with entertainment,
Uh,
don't you?
oh shit, yo. I was watching the basketball game the other day, the championship. That shit was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I turned it after like halftime, I just started listening to it after that because I was like, they getting blown out. It was doing good in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? I thought they was gonna have a chance with how they was playing, but I guess they got tired and they couldn't score no more. They didn't have nobody to facilitate the offense neither. You know what I'm saying? They just took advantage of the situation. Old boy, old boy hurt his what you call it? I think it was his calf. His,
um, Halliburton,
yeah, his
yeah.
right. Yeah, he hurt his right calf.
Hey y'all.
What's up,
That was
Doctor Now?
crazy.
Hey, hey there. One of my
How you
friends
doing?
posted. Hey, what's up, Martin? And
How you
GA.
doing?
Hey
Hey
GA.
Mo.
One of my friends posted on Facebook the code to your DD214 block 27. Talking about some of y'all laughing, but if y'all got these codes in that block, they gonna come see about y'all. So look at me, I go pull my DD214. I'm like, damn, how this happened? So I'm, I say, man, if they call my name, I promise you, I say I'll go work in the real form and do some paperwork, but I ain't going over that water now. I'm done for that one.
What code is that?
It's number well, I'm gonna tell you in block 27, number one is
Yeah.
um eligible for enlisting and re-enlisting.
Oh hell,
Block two,
I'm way off of that. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
copy them. It's about four. Man, I got a one. I was like, hold on, how this happen? I must
That
have
don't
missed
go
it paying
forever though.
attention.
Yeah, I think that's the joke.
It better be a joke.
No.
I don't know. I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna copy them. I'm gonna copy them. I'm gonna post. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Uh, Pre World War II, or I mean pre Vietnam, they don't really have a need for draft. They have too much modern evolution of technology with cyber warfare, drones, and other things. They don't necessarily have to have a human being. A horse is actually more valuable than what we would call an armored tank. The tank actually replaced the horse. Horses were used even in World War II by the French and the Greeks. They ain't had to worry about them breaking down in the desert, catching a flat. Yeah, click the link.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I put them in a bag. Yeah, one. So the one is eligible for reenlisted. Two, generally eligible for reenlisted, but may have some restrictions, may require a waiver. And three, reenlistment may be possible, but usually requires a waiver. And then four, not eligible. I know I got damn one.
yeah, they were sending those missiles off. The Iranians were sending those missiles off during the graduation. It was
To
kind of
Qatar. I mean, that's Qatar. Yeah, to
yeah,
Qatar.
yeah. What's that? Al Qadid, the name of the Air Force base out there,
Mm.
Al Udeid.
military base in
Al
Doha.
Udeid. Yeah.
Yeah,
Doha.
Doha is in Kuwait.
yeah. Okay.
Wait,
Wait.
wait.
Not
Doha.
it,
Wait,
it wasn't the
where?
one in Kuwait though. It wasn't. It was Doha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Doha, you right, Al Udeid, but that's the
yeah,
air base, Al Udeid.
yeah.
Well, they say they don't.
So they asked Trump about it. Trump said Trump kind of humped his shoulders, like, oh well, did nobody get killed? Be cool now.
But we start seeing the contractors go over there, then we'll start to be concerned.
Shit,
Or
I think
panic, but
it's some already over there.
oh, so when they start boosting up and hey, when them jobs start posting, Halliburton and Dynacom and Flora.
Yeah, the U.S. Treasury Department was printing money, printing $20 bills in the during the Cold War in Tehran to help save time for those black bag jobs.
Man, y'all tricked me this morning. I'm over here thinking that y'all was live. I'm on talking. Damn, let me in. Let me in.
Huh? Oh, yeah, you could choose it to.
Yeah, fool me too.
How you get food?
Yeah, I know. You put that tape on. That was from last summer. The day after Trump got shot, I think.
Yep, it was me and Wale trying to get in.
Yeah, I was preparing for this damn heat wave. Heat index
It's
got up.
95 for us.
Oh yeah, we was at 90 at 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if we clicked the air temperature mark, but we definitely had a heat index of 104 during the graduation. I'm on a big old.
Oh man, Marley got off. I want to ask Marley about his intern
Is somebody under him?
with the psychic.
Oh yeah. I think it's he's gonna try to link him up. Yeah, we might have to develop an adult program
What? What interns?
for mental health, being able to conduct yourself in public spaces.
You didn't never learn about that.
Mhm.
GA. Did you see um the court um rejected the EPA grant, made them said that they couldn't revoke grants that Congress had already approved.
No, I didn't. I didn't see that, but that sounds like good news.
Yeah, it happened. What was that? Then probably about a week ago. It
Yeah,
just
that was
recently happened.
yeah, that was last week. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yep, said it was unconstitutional.
yeah, all that tariff and federal programs, some of the DEI programs, all that shit is was never permanent in the beginning, anyway.
No, it's basically just been um business as usual from the stuff I've been looking at. You just don't put that inside of your bid. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they blocked it out or whatever, but that language is gone. But it's still the same players.
That's true, and you do have to sift through them. I know the very fact that it trickled down to the states, in particular for me in South Carolina, became an issue for us because they didn't they pulled back their discretionary funding grants this year for 25-26. We ain't like that at all. Now we gotta wait a whole year, but we'll have a new governor by then. And the Republicans, they don't want to come out to play and say who their little nominee's gonna be.
Come out for governor.
Yeah, we my homie, my one of my friends, he's running. He's a representative right now, but he's running for governor on the Democratic Party. But the Republicans, they haven't announced it yet. There's some people to suspect, but they already playing dirty with each other, with releasing different information, people getting locked up, all kind of crazy. So nobody has officially announced yet though. So it's gonna be two new people running because the governor he has run his course, so he can't run again. The incumbent.
That that,
Yep.
that that Strom Thurmond run kind of woke people out.
Uh huh. The our well, we just passed. I know somebody was talking about it last night, had brought up last night. We just passed the energy bill. It's talking about energy. Energy was one of the things that came out of that conversation that y'all was talking about last night.
Yeah.
And because we about to put up, we have those data centers that's requiring a lot of energy. In return, we also have those nuclear facilities. I was sharing with someone, they was like, well, how can energy be a bad thing, or how is it going to affect the consumer? Well, to build it, the infrastructure to build, and the construction, they're putting all that cost on the consumer because they remove consumer protection. And the very fact, you see what's going on with Memphis with their data center, anything that's new gonna cause some havoc in your community. So the corporate responsibility for that piece, you know, the social responsibility, corporate responsibility for those the type of jobs that they're bringing back that I see thus for. Those the data centers, those manufacture those nuclear and for us. I don't know what you guys are seeing in your states though, and we're just concerned about public health and what some of them may be doing, like Scott Motors that we have. They was dumping stuff in the water. They got cited, but then they just hired a new NRC nuclear commissioner guy because they don't want regulation. So that's the concern that we're having on the ground. We all for new jobs, but at what cost? I mean, I'm sorry, bringing manufacturing back, but at what cost?
That's the whole deregulation argument. That I mean, jokers say they want deregulation until something happens, then everybody be mad. I mean, we saw that like 3, 4 years ago here in Texas. So I don't know.
Yeah, we know it's going to be. It's already. We just well, the governor just signed our energy bill, so we know we're going to get those companies regardless. So now we're trying to say, okay, you're going to force them into our communities anyway because they ain't going across the track, right? You're going to force them into our communities, then we want to hold them responsible. So we trying to get a seat at the table with the corporate folks to try to bridge the gap on, career pathways or um, contractual services based on, when the construction does happen. Just trying to get some opportunities with these companies because they coming in to the unincorporated, low income, marginalized community. They're gonna get dislocated. They're gonna get tax credit for hiring people. They're gonna get the tax credit for being there. So they really don't have no financial hardship or liability really. So they should get some kind of favor to the community. So that's what we looking for. Like, okay, yep, we welcome you, come on in, but what you gonna do for us? Let's see how we can work together. Let's bridge this partnership of community and business. I don't know if anybody else is in it that deep, but that's what we should be. And did you all see where so I know labor came up as well. Did you all see where okay, so last year they had placed a with the Department of Labor where the wages they were supposed to increase the wages July 1st, 2024, and then again January 1st, 2025. But then Texas sued and of course the courts pulled back and they had to go back and make some changes. And so those raises didn't go through. And plus the ones that happened in July, they pulled that back too. So when we talking about fair wage rates, if they don't change the labor laws for wages, then private sector can pay you according to the way they want to pay, and you back at square one. I didn't read the case law on it and why, but I think they said that the federal government didn't have a right to raise to mandate raises in private sectors, something like that. You could only do it for federal. So the federal got, of course, those people received their raises, but you know, everybody else stayed the same, a little 725 minimum. Although some people may be paying a little bit more, but when they were going to increase it to inflation rate, that's the concern. How does the labor rates stay at the same competitive level as inflation? Because we're too far behind. Wages haven't been raised since 2009, other than what the corporations are doing on their own.
But you know, Texas is a strong, what they call it, right to work. What's the anti-union term? I think it's right to work. They real big on that, and their whole logic is um it makes the market competitive because a if competition gonna pay better, then of course they're gonna draw the better employees, or that's their whole argument with that, regardless if they paying a living wage or not. But I, I think that the average mean in Texas is pretty up there when you juxtapose it with the cost of living. So yeah, they ain't all about that wage stuff.
I remember when I think it was like 2015, 16, when retired General Turner took over the Department of Workforce here in the Carolinas, and that was like the first thing they went after is to do an assessment on the wages because you got paid. Even people with education were getting paid so low. The wage rates are so low here, and man, he fought that for. I mean, they came. After they did their little assessment, it came out favorable in reference to the wage rates just being so far off and needed to have some changes and some adjustments. Please, those people. He lasted 6 months. He was gone. He was like, "Nah, I can't do this. I can't keep fighting. Fighting for the right thing." And they bucking against it. They did not want to raise them rates either. They didn't care what findings you came up with. It was like, nope, nope, and more no. You know. He went on to be a consultant. What's the topic, Dev? I ain't even looked.
Nah, they was still talking about DEI debate, and ain't nobody really keeping up with the Iran war situation. They was trying to figure out who shot who.
Oh,
Nobody's coming back with any death reports. So
They just put out a report saying that they're going to hold a ceasefire
yeah,
between, yeah, and they got some kind of plan of the ceasefire. They were just describing it. They're talking about doing it in sections or, increments, ceasefire in increments. That's what all I heard before I heard you say something about it.
yeah, I seen the report. I'm trying to actually find some validation and confirmation on
But on the real tip, Israel has never honored a ceasefire.
Yeah, with Lebanon, Beirut, all that. Yeah.
There was negotiations going on in Washington with America and Washington. You know, the U.S. and Washington. I mean, and Iran trying to get that thing together. When the Iranians got over to the U.S., Israel went and bombed their place like they lost their mind. That's what this is all about. They went and brought. That's how they do. They call people in for negotiations. When they come in for negotiations, Israel attacks them.
What they trying to get from Iran? What they after? What they trying to get
What's
to?
that?
Right? I
Say that
said.
again.
I said, what are they? What are they trying to accomplish? What?
It don't make sense.
Oh, they want them get them control of them oil fields so they can run
Oh,
that pipeline. Yeah, back to
oh, they back on that again.
yeah, they back on that again.
Oh my God. We could have just stayed our ass over there.
It still don't make sense.
Nah,
Yeah.
somebody money ran out.
You know it. You know how it go.
So who right now is able to produce something without paying a separate party in order to generate revenue? Iran, Israel, or the United States?
Oh Lord. He ain't about to get me.
So once we get to the bottom of that, then you'll see. Oh,
You
we the
looking
big
for a
bad
reason to
wolf.
print some paper?
Yeah, yeah. Listen to how this sounds. Yeah, we the big bad wolf. Ain't nobody stronger than us. We rule everything. We can do this and we can do that. Oh, you want to talk? Okay, let's talk. Okay, yes, I think you're right. Let's stop fighting and let's sit down at a table and talk. But you didn't hear that shit over the weekend, though, did you?
Boom, 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 boom. It's so
No, but I'm just saying, wouldn't it be easier just to lift the sanctions on them and then just let them start participating in the economy?
Oh yes, lift the sanctions.
That's
Then you
too
have
much
to lift.
like right.
Yeah, you have to lift the sanctions on Cuba. You have to lift the sanctions on Guatemala and
N-
Honduras.
No, well, you already sanctioned who you want to sanction anyway. Is
Yeah.
what I'm. So I'm just saying that uh, the whole thing
But
with
it
Iraq left a big vacuum right there in the Middle East. So I'm like now when you just I mean Iran is what right next door, or is it all about the Strait of Hormuz? Let's just take over that whole little shipping lane.
we back on imperialism and colonialism now.
Uh, Makes sense.
Yeah, just go to their country and take over their stuff.
Take over.
Wow. I don't know if the rest of the world gonna sit by and let that happen. But we'll see. That's white folks' business. So
You said that's white folk business.
Yeah, that seems to be what the sentiment is.
Frankly, as an adult, I live on the planet. It's my business.
Well, you can go on that suit up, Wale. Go on that
Yeah.
suit up.
Nah, nah, fair point. Fair point.
I'm always suited up.
Hey, you know when we were over there, they used to say, "I don't know why you here. This ain't your fight. You go home. We want them."
Yeah, they
They,
did.
they used to tell me that all the time.
And they were correct.
I couldn't get my little black butt on no plane and go home. I had to serve that time. Say
You were under an indentured contract.
it again, Wale.
You were under an indentured contract.
Yeah, they got me. Well, I got myself rather. Did my little time, move right along. I did get my tour together. The only thing I'm the only thing I haven't I wanted to be able to actually do the pottery, but because my group is gonna be so large, the lady don't have the capacity. So I'm gonna try to see if the university may have enough spin wheels for us to do some pottery.
Are you doing this pottery for manufacturing and production, or are you just doing it for, just something to do?
An activity to show how Carolina has black it has a history of um, black people with pottery back in the day. So I want to use pottery as an opportunity, as an activity to share the history and to highlight their work over time. Um, no, not to sell. I'm not. This would be my first time actually participating in something pottery or whatnot. But I have been kind of looking at it and checking it out, and I'm doing it for a tourism uh, African American contribution to Revolutionary War people, contribution to the Revolutionary War time period, and not just focus on the war aspect of it, but what are some of the other involvements that we were a part of. And so candle making and pottery is what I chose as an activity, as well as we're gonna do highlight drumming that evening and how it's and its significance to our culture. So that's all, Wale. Doing something educational.
My mind is always into production and manufacturing. When I spend get a bunch of kids together, I'm trying to figure out what we can make. Playing ball or soccer like that, I'd be like, that's a waste of time. That's a waste of energy. When these people can be having something that they can build for themselves and build a community and build themselves up economically, instead of just having to go get a job and build somebody else up economically by working for them. So I'm always looking to see how to impress upon our children to get into manufacturing and the economic building of wealth through manufacturing and production rather than just working for somebody and then working for this one and that one. They'll give you. It's just, to me, I'm not in that thing, so I understand that you might be. I don't know if you are, and a lot of people are into that kind of thing where they, to them, if a guy say, "Hey, man, we're gonna have jobs for your grandchildren. We're gonna keep your grandchildren employed. We got so many jobs coming in." To me, that's an insult, but to other people, that's a guarantee that their people will be able to work for somebody. To me, it's an insult because I want my people to work for themselves. That's the only way we can grow. Otherwise, we just getting money from them and giving it to the next guy. Get it from them, get it from the work, and give it to the whoever provides you whatever the money you need to exist till you go back to work and get more money. It ain't worth it to me, but I could dig that's how, like I say, most people don't work like that. Most people are into employment. Their mind is into that concept of, oh, I need a job. I'm gonna get employed. In that sense, not working for themselves. That's what I mean by it. Because I get employed too, but I work for Wale. I don't work for nobody else and never have.
Well, my
Oh,
niece got her.
I never will.
We hooked my niece up with her first gig. She's in school for. Oh, my, my volume increased again. She's in school for digital design, I'm sorry, digital media, and she had her first gig this weekend. $3,600 gig on video and photography, and I for about a three hour event. So that was good.
Just keeping it up loud while I yeah, shout out to her. It's easy to say you ain't gonna never work for nobody, the older you get. But the reason
I'm
why
sorry. You said you called my name. I thought you were telling me to kill my mic. It was making noise. You were calling me for something else?
I was I was alluding to your comment about people making decisions based on what's around them, what they're dealing with. So obviously, everybody cannot work for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can't own business. Well, everybody gonna own a business and gonna have zero employees.
Uh-huh. I'm not really hearing you well, so I can't really make out what you are saying.
All right. Shout out to your uh, Dr. Lamb, being able to keep up with technology and what is actually impacting and moving the social dynamics across various societies. Very impactful, and I think it's relevant to try to keep pace with what's happening in the world. Because if we only focus what's going on in our block, what's only going on in our backyard, we'll be much further behind than what we already are.
Yeah, it was a health and wellness event, and we used the apps. There's apps that cut up videos. It cuts down, production time, and you editing and putting things together. So we were like, you know what? She's young. Let's get her started now. We can go out there as a team. So it was a 5-man team, and we coached her through. My friend, he was there. He, pretty he's love marketing, and I had another buddy who's a marketing major, and they kind of helped her navigate through. And we did the interviews, and she put the production together. And I told her, at first it was like, oh man, AT boy, it's so hot out here. And I'm like, listen, yeah, some people making $7.25 an hour. How much I'm gonna pay you? Divide that by 5 hours and tell me how much you get. And you do the math. What you want to go work in a grocery store? Want to go work at fast food? Or you want to be out here getting this money? So when she did the math, they was like, whoa. I said, yeah, you don't even have the skill set yet. So watch how we gonna We're gonna let you stand on our shoulders while we teach you how to do it. And I am nowhere near a photographer or videographer, but guess what? They got apps. And I can sit there and I can learn, and I've learned how to chop it up and, edit and all this great stuff. I'm not as good as her, but I'm good enough to get her where she could be motivated to do it. So when we did that, this past Saturday, someone had called. It was like, "Where y'all at?" So we told them what we were doing, and so they booked her for us this Saturday coming up. So now that's 2 gigs back to back. That's almost 70K in 2 days. She ain't gonna make that in no 2 days all week, all month on the job. So yeah, I'm with the entrepreneurship, but I'm also know that sometimes they gotta train under you first. So sometimes you gotta teach them how to be good employees so they can be good owners, if that's the route they want to take. So I'm all for it or
Yeah,
whatnot.
it takes money to sustain and keep reference materials and storage, keep the lights running, being able to provide an environment for students or trainees to come and have spaces to sit down, internet. Teachers are gonna come in. They may
Mhm.
volunteer for 1 or 2 days, but they ain't gonna keep volunteering week after week, month after month, year after year for free because they feel good.
Say that again. Like my nephew, he tumbles and he loves tumbling, so he tumbles every day, all day, right? And I say, hey, you on TikTok, but you need to be getting this thing monetized, boy. You have a lot of subscribers. And he was like, I said, just check out everybody else and see what they're doing in monetization. And now that's all he wanted to know. Hey, let's check out my subscriber limit. So he put his little rails up. He edited his little videos. He flipping all over the place. He doing all this little stuff, twirl, back twist and all this extra stuff he does. I'm like, man. So they want to hire him at the gym because he helps out the younger kids very well. And they're like, "Are you driving yet?" He's like, "No, I got my permit, but I'm working on it." He said, "I got me a job lined up, 18 more." So he wants to own him a gym. So I'm trying to get him ready. So yeah, I mean, he ain't ready. He not ready to own nothing, but he definitely, could learn under other people, and then learn the strength and the weaknesses, what the do's and the don'ts, see how they navigate it, and then see what you want to do with it as well. um I'm always hustling now. You can't tell me twice. You can tell me go make some money. I'm ready, always. But also I know I got young people who not exposed and don't have any experience. So gotta teach them safety, gotta teach them how to self safeguard their money, gotta teach them how to, sometimes how to communicate or how to navigate through irate customers or people or standby folks. It's a lot that comes with it. Talking to young adults.
Oh yeah.
So all hands on deck. So I kind of put down a couple of the things. They'd be like, "Where's she at in the weekend?" I don't need to be doing no community service. I gotta teach these two teens on how to get out here and get it. So if they at least if they don't like it or they say, "You know what, I don't wanna do this on my own," then you can go into the workforce if you like. That's fine. I ain't tripping. But guess what? If you feel like you need to have a side gig, you have something to fall back on.
Yeah, that's the key.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, everybody's not gonna be able to handle a bad week, bad month, bad year. Some people can't even afford to have a bad hour.
You ain't lying. I And the beauty is that I have them already breaking their money out in investment accounts. So like,
Yeah,
they
that's
got,
good.
yep, they got their little stash, and even though
Mhm.
they're only putting away a few dollars a month, they
Mhm.
increase it when they have more, they drop more, and that's a wrap. So they already understand that, hey, I can't spend my whole profit. If I make If I made $100 today, they already know. I'd be like, okay, so how much you gonna drop in stash? It don't matter if it's $1 or $5. You gonna have to drop something. So to get that mindset right. Um, and so at least even if they have a fall off when they get a little older, they have something to come back to say, okay, I started my retirement accounts early. So they know how to handle their money versus just waiting to see if auntie gonna be there or their dad. You know, they have their own little emergency. Now we're working on the little emergency fund plan. You know how to save now. You got your little investments going. Now let's get a couple bucks, $5, $10 going in there for your little emergency. Cause I'm not the emergency, I tell you that.
Mm.
We cut that clear. So they make sure they let people know Auntie Mo don't give us nothing for free. We gotta earn everything. That's right. And guess what? Rightfully so. We doing good. So yeah. So that's my plan, Riley. You could
Sounds like a good program to me.
yeah, it's working out for the good. It's working out for the good. I got two. I'm 50% right now. And the 16-year-old in December, get him online. And shoot, I'm gonna be off to the races. Self sufficiency, baby. Then he make 18, 19. He go to the tech school. I'll pass my house to them, and they won't have to start with such a big liability, you know?
I was so happy to tell my mother, actually, she wanted to leave her house with me. And I asked her not to leave it with me, leave it with my sister or her children or something, people who need it. I don't need it. I'll do like my father did. He got his own house. He built his house. He did it his thing, and that's his house. That's his legacy. Give it to them. They got children and all that stuff. I got children too, but I know how to. I'll build a house, and I told her that, and she said, "Wow, some of the children, because she has so many children, some of them want things, and then some of them don't." She said that some of them you got to give them something, and they won't know how to do, and then some of them, they take care of themselves. She ain't got to, pity party them and check with them, and that kind of thing. Some children are just self-sufficient. I heard Deb talk about his you know, being self-sufficient as a youth. I think he was an only child type of thing, but anyway, he got right into that self-sufficiency thing and started coming up to where he was handling business that other children his age weren't even involved in. But he had come up to the point where he was saying, "Look, I'm gonna handle my business," and I think that's a great thing for individuals as well as groups to come into that kind of sense of mind of handling their business.
Yeah, unfortunately, but a lot of people in my generation lost sight of the importance of having political, let's just call it political power. Even if you have, financial advantages, if you don't have no political power, you can't move nothing. People with political power may not necessarily have uh, financial and economic advantages, but because they have strong political power, they're able to maneuver, work deals out, and be able to execute their leverage. And then at some point, usually sooner than later, that economic gap, wealth gap, usually shrinks and becomes a little bit closer. You're trying to operate in capitalism, uh, a volatile, unstable political dynamic and environment, and you don't have political power. You just fly in the wind.
My hometown where I was born and stuff, the first mayor, the first colored mayor was a female. She was mayor for 2 runs and I know for 2 runs, at least 2 runs. And then her children became mayor. And then her grandson, the last time I was down there, her grandson was the mayor. I was like, get out of here. That covered almost 20 years of colored people running the mayor's office in that town, man. I was like, wow, that's so beautiful. And I didn't know that it was so unheard of, because that's how, we just grew up there. I mean, when you grow up someplace, you don't realize other people are not experiencing those things. But I thought it was interesting. I still think it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, they were instilled with early political foundation.
Mm-hmm. When we were young, we had community centers, all that kind of stuff. It was very communal. The environment was very communal. Everybody knew everybody. Anybody could do anything. Like most of the time, everybody called an adult aunt or uncle. If they're an adult, that's aunt or uncle. They're not your dad. We got that part, but everybody's your uncle and your aunt. And that's how we did. So we always gave respect to the elders as aunts and uncles, man. And then all the elders gave us respect as children, because no matter whose child it was, they cared for any child in the community. If they saw a child needed something, if they can, that's how it was. It got to be my daughter's child, any child. And that's how it was being worked. Man. And it worked out pretty good, I think, for the most part. Worked out pretty good. That way everybody watched out for everybody. Everybody knew everybody. It was communal. There was very little theft, stuff like that. Very little. There was some, of course, but very little. More mischief than anything, but that's about it. I wanted to see how Cuba, I heard him on here earlier. I wanted to see how he managed with Sizzler have they left, all that kind of stuff. His visiting, as his visitors left, because he showed me the suitcases and stuff. I didn't know if they had left or what. Because I know people be moving around, man. It'd be nice to just move around like that when you can. It's very exciting. Moving from countries. Mm-hmm. What's that?
I said, yeah, he was moving around himself, so he'll swing back through when he get stable, when he gets settled.
I didn't even get to ask him, was that the first time he met with him or whatever? You know, they already knew one another before because he said he comes to Jamaica. I thought maybe they had met each other before. I don't know what caused them to be so, connected at this moment. Maybe it was past. They had some past in common. I don't know. Maybe what's his name? Q Butter's wife is the boy's cousin. I don't know.
Was you trying to book him?
No, man, I was just curious about that. They got to get. No, I ain't trying to book, man. Shoot, I can't deal with that. Sizzler did. I did book. I didn't book Sizzler. Sizzler did a concert that we were putting on, and we went to Sizzler to do it, and he did it for free. Not only that, he brought all the equipment out of his pocket. He put on the show out of his pocket. A show about freeing the herb. That was my thing. Campaigning to free the herbs. Yeah, man. So the guy got integrity. You know what I mean? He's willing to put his foot where his mouth is. Is that the way it goes?
Nah.
Well, he said he's doing something. He usually doing it. And I was impressed with how the children were attracted to him, man. Children love Sizzler. I mean, when I met him, I don't know what's happening in New York, but he gets along with children. He was getting along with children so fantastically. It impressed me.
Yeah, it's always something going down in New York City.
That's for sure.
Yeah, it was under state of emergency too for the heat.
Where's
they
that?
got Chicago, New York City, all across the north. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, extreme heat was big topic this year, Dev.
Yeah, I felt it.
Yeah, it's if you look at the GIS map or the ArcGIS and look for extreme heat, you'll see
Yeah.
how the heat, how they have been geared up. They've been trying to gear up for this, but it was already happening. It was already happening. They was holding conferences about extreme heat and how it was damaging the crops, things of that nature.
Yeah.
I got a block of ice in my hand right now. Boy, that motherfucker just getting smaller and smaller. I ain't even feeling it. It ain't even cold.
Listen, you
Tell me something, bro. Why so many black people care about this Iran war and shit, bro? Why do black people care about that?
Black people don't care about it.
Oh, okay.
They don't.
I would say because people live in a close proximity to the crackers. And so somebody bombed New York and you live in New York, that could be a problem.
I mean, somebody can always bomb New York if they're going to do that. But I'm saying, like, in terms of, like, I don't know, it just sounds like niggas become military strategists and shit when you start listening to black people talk about these wars and, you know what I'm saying, these white people that's deciding all of this shit. Like black people do care. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people talking about that shit, but I just don't understand why. You know what I'm saying? But I'm on the side of those that don't. So that's, you know what I'm saying, that's why I was asking about if any of those that do.
Black people never had a chance to tell the story on how they conquered and ruled different regions of the planet Earth.
Wow.
So this is their correlation in terms of being associated with various empires that can be associated with imperialism and colonialism.
Wow, that's deep.
That's the short of it. Hmm? Say that
I
again.
said, nigga fest destiny. That's what it sounded
Somewhat.
like.
Yeah. Just like niggas do with entertainment.
I don't know what you mean with entertainment. What you mean? You mean like the
When they
entertainers?
say when they say uh, they try to make comparisons and analogies
Oh
with
God,
something that happens in entertainment. Yeah.
yeah, I got you. Soon as anything happened, well, you know Tyler Perry, well, you know Diddy, well, you know what happened to Ice Cube. I don't know, man. I read a little bit about Iran and shit, and I understand they got a little more capabilities than what they maybe had 20 years ago, but it just I didn't read where we should feel threatened by Iran as Americans.
Well, yeah, the threat part is never an issue if you're talking about physical threat. Usually, when you hear the word threat, it's mostly tied to economical and political threat. But once you peel back and see some of the origins of how the British Empire and the Russian Empire kind of had a short run within the territories of Iran. Because, like I said, the U.S. Treasury Department printed $20 bills right there in Tehran during the Cold War. So some of the money that was floating around during civil rights and soon thereafter probably was originated in Iran. What did it have to do with black folks? Probably nothing. But they definitely wanted to pay attention on how their younger generations revolted, stood against secular monarchy, was able to build on uh, the foundations of some of the revolutions that took place when it came to certain things that were put in place, like how they made women cover their hair, uh, those arranged marriages, uh, other things like that that was really tied to philosophy. Like I said, when I was in the sixth grade, uh, I woke up one morning and saw Iran on TV, and I had never seen the word Iran nowhere, not in the newspaper, not in the school book, nowhere. I didn't know what the hell Iran was, but they were suddenly the dominant story across planet Earth once that hostage situation came into place. And most of the Americans never did get the full story about that. But that was kind of my introduction. And for the next 8 years after that, the United States government was very influential in making sure that they continued fighting in order to destabilize both of those countries in order to take control of some of the natural resources in the oil fields through the Arabian Peninsula.
I was just looking at a couple stories though, man. Shit going on with some black folks here in America that, I don't see black people talking. I don't see nobody talking about them for real. So it made me think about that war shit. Like niggas don't pay attention to what is happening, even bad or good to black people here in America. You know what I'm saying? But they have a strong opinion on that fucking war and Trump and all that shit. But like, I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if a lot of our thought process is driven by white hate as opposed to black love. You know what I'm saying? Like I have black love. It's less about hating white people. That's just a product of being me and dealing with white folks. But it seems like some people set out to hate white folks, and because they do, we assess that as black love.
Yeah, well, like I was saying a minute ago, my generation, when I popped out, that was towards the end of the last real stand in terms of massive movement for black people to gain political power in the United States. And by not, actually having that follow through, being broken up domestically and internationally, not only did we not get help from inside, we never got help from outside. At least if we made relations with, people in the Caribbean or people, on the continent, we may have gotten some support, but other than the apartheid protests, we never had really interest on massively as a whole, as a race, to try to gain or regain support in order to obtain political power in the United States. And I don't give a fuck how much currency, US dollars, credit that you obtain. Until you get political power in the United States, you can actually give me a list of people that have tons of money, so-called rich. They didn't have no political power. Their situation was just as bad as a bum on the street. Sometimes even worse. The fall is a lot harder in those situations.
I don't know. It just seemed like it'd be a lot of repping of them places, though, right? Like Haiti and Jamaica and all these places. But given the fact that, those countries don't have to throw any support behind Black America as a nation. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no.
Is that an L? Is that something
No.
to you know what I'm saying? 'Cause I never really thought about it from that positioning. Like, the countries of the Caribbean could be more outspoken and vocal about their relationship to Black Americans, but they're not. In fact, I would argue that they would join in with white America before they join Black America.
Yeah, they got their own situation from external forces that they're dealing with. Haiti been dealing with France. They successfully revolted against slavery. Like, boom. What we read about is that they won, but how did they win when most of their town, most of their culture is still French, and they're still financially being owed to France? Same thing with Jamaica. They got the Queen of England on their currency. What's up with it? Several countries in Africa, same thing. They changed it.
Yeah, I was reading about that. One of the days we was talking about this, and I went and was reading some shit about it, and now they got the nigga Garvey on money and shit. Like,
oh, okay. Shout out to Jamaica then.
It was like about 3-4 years ago. Yeah, they took the Queen.
Okay. So they still dependent on some of their financial and their relationship to London specifically, not the entire UK, but specifically to London with their educational and political connections there. All the imperialism that has remained in sub-Saharan Africa, with the exception of the few Burkina Faso, Mali, and some of the people that recently just pulling out in the 21st century. But most of those countries are pretty much young, and they're still trying to establish some sort of track record in terms of being fully independent of the Anglo-Saxon. Let's just be honest. Red, white, and blue flag of the United States of America. I mean, it's a whole bunch of different people that's claiming the same shit. So You know, as a young black child coming up, how am I supposed to feel? You know, that I have equal, or I'm supposed to feel special when I'm looking at this blonde headed white boy holding the same flag that I'm holding? What makes me different from him?
Well, for me, the difference was that I would never hold that flag. So the difference between me and him was knowing that that's his flag and it's not mine.
Then you have that generation gap though that don't really have a flag at all, and that's probably even worse
Wait
if
a minute.
you're.
What you mean they ain't got no flag at all?
Yeah, he's just out here wandering around with no type of standing on nothing. I mean, what you? I mean, what you standing on? You have to be relying on something to be in place. You just out here in the world with no type of objective, long term objective, nothing to pass on. Uh, you're going to be like primarily reliant on other entities, other ideologies, other political parties to make the I guess logical decisions, not just this term, but in future terms, with zero influence. They're just gonna be in place. You know, that's that's kind of a gamble for me.
That's a huge gamble. That's a huge gamble. But I will say a lot of that early on, I think it early on in our younger years though, I do think we given a lot of propaganda that's pro American, is pro white and celebrated for white people. So I mean, rejecting that is, you know what I'm saying, is the conversation, I think, because I think they're catching more young niggas now. Like you see more coons, you see more young niggas that's, you know what I'm saying, kind of just blowing off our history in the country and whatnot. And I do think they're being caught and diversified while they're young. You know what I'm saying? They taught a whole cultural narrative as opposed to a historical one rooted in blackness.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the primary target age. If you want to shape a society, you want to have uh, the most efficient way of planting seeds, I guess. You don't wait till nobody gets 40 and 50 years old or middle age. You catch them, middle school, sophomore, junior year of high school, freshman in college. You know, that young girl, that young woman, that young man is just trying to get a feel on how life is supposed to operate, and then you slam them with, what they've been slammed with, whether it's uh, propaganda from political, propaganda from theological, propaganda from combination of both. I mean, that's you're going to get the results that we see right now.
But I think about this shit a lot 'cause I don't know which direction or conversation is the right one to have. And that's why I say when you get to these moments, it's almost unpredictable. You know what I'm saying? A month ago, I would have thought, okay, yeah, let a young man go through, shoot through his 4 years, no issues. Okay, but now you got wars and shit on the horizon, you know what I'm saying? And it changes the conversation about what military service look like. You know what I mean? It's almost like you gotta choose it based on who the president is. You know what I'm saying? Because a Republican will have your ass somewhere overseas fighting an actual physical war, it seems. So I don't know. I just, like I said, it wasn't even, a month ago that we was having this conversation. I was starting to lean more toward, okay, maybe it is a viable option for a young man to go in that direction. But hell, if you stationed over in, Qatar somewhere right now, that ain't look,
Yeah, you're literally looking at reports, whether it be on mainstream media, the internet, Iranian officials, like high officials, like these motherfuckers got stake in their country, literally saying U.S. citizens stationed at this specific locations possibly could be a target. Yeah, no parent, no relative, nobody wants to see that in America. Based on what? Like based on what? Like over what? Don't have shit to do with nuclear war. It really don't have nothing to do with over oil either. To be honest, uh, most of it is probably ego, and I think that's the main situation. Like if something was to be fight for, like if your home was getting physically invaded, then yes, you need to take up arms. There needs to be exercise in terms of implementing some sort of security type of process. But if you're just talking shit, if you're boosting your ego, you're just out here gaslighting. There's no life that should be spared for that. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't see bodies flying across the screens and body, corners, vehicles throwing bodies in the bag just because somebody loves to gaslight, opposing political parties or anybody with opposing ideology, and to be caught in the middle, like you said, we're black people that live in America. Are we like taking directions? Are we standing up? Or do we have any influence? I mean, I'm just, hey.
See, I see Trump's willingness to lie though as like the biggest issue. Because, for example, like when motherfuckers say, "Oh, we blew up a mountain that had your nuclear facilities 5 stories deep, and we eliminated it, we eradicated it, it's gone. We ain't got nothing else to worry about." See, that's the same motherfucker. Nah, for real, bro. It's the same motherfucker we know will sit up and tell a lie saying that, though. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think it's like, yeah, dog, he ain't the right person to make the statements. He should have one of them other motherfuckers saying that type shit. Because I don't trust a fucking thing he says, bro. Like, so if he says it's gone and we eliminated it, yeah, bro, that might not even be true. You a liar, bro. You better get somebody up there that don't lie, or we don't know. You? Nah, bro, I don't trust that shit, man.
But somebody will flip that shit around on you and say, hey, at least you can determine whether this motherfucker is telling a lie or not, as opposed to getting another puppet, like you said. I mean, do you know if they're lying also?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, in terms of,
I know what you're saying. Yeah. I
don't even know if believability is a word, right? But we don't use
yeah. You just said it. It's a word. We fuck it. We gonna make up a word. Fuck it.
That motherfucker has no believability. I don't give a fuck what it is. You're supposed to second guess it if Trump said it. And if you don't, it's something wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, I don't think we should be running around all that fear mongering shit. But ain't nobody supposed to just take no fucking Trump word for shit, nigga. Ain't no fucking way.
Yeah. But once again, still, when you get down to it, though, by the black community not really establishing, any type of, I guess, nationwide, overall, overarching political, let's just call it power. 14% of the population, 15, whatever it is. That should be represented, in some form or fashion. Can we get representation in all 58 or all 48 states? Probably not. But we should have proportional representation when it comes to political power east of the Mississippi River, at least. California is what it is. California gonna always be California. Out there where you at, you in the desert. Hey, it's just you've been out there long enough to see. Hey, black folks is just not migrating out there to set up shop. That's just it.
That nigga said migrate. Hell no, they ain't. No. Absolutely.
Motherfucker went out there to get a bag. It did just. My dad went out there to get a bag. He spent 20 years out there. Went back to Texas. But yeah, man, east of the Mississippi River, we always been in droves in terms of population moving around, land ownership, just kind of the generations that come afterwards, the younger people like me, watching a lot of TV, listening to a lot of other people, instead of staying down south. I popped up in Chicago thinking I was gonna live this fast and lifestyle. People in the Carolinas, going up to New York, and vice versa. I seen a lot of people from Chicago go back down to Atlanta, go back down to Dallas, go back down to Memphis, Mississippi. The other migration is just a back and forth situation. But I would say still you're gonna move around and try to determine as early as possible, hey, is this place where I want to set up, till I retire? Am I going to be able to function, establish, or am I just going to be here hoping things are going to stay in place and remain like they was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or whatever? And if you run into economic or financial volatility, where programs getting cut, economic changes come into play, you'll be able to withstand it, or you're gonna become a statistic.
Ooh, you ain't never lying.
Mm.
How you doing, Dr. Lamb?
What's up, Taz?
I'm chilling.
That's good. Huh?
No,
I
I
just
said I'm
finished
chilling.
cooking.
You cooking? What you cook?
I I just cooked some spaghettis, ground beef and turkey sausage, and I don't like the ground beef.
Ground
Man.
beef and turkey
Yeah. I always mix it up
mix.
because of the flavor.
I
You know where I'm from.
Yeah,
heard it before.
I got caught up in a moment of accepting praise and got tricked into throwing his food on the grill. So I'm gonna get out there and throw this food.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
In the
I
heat, you got to
yeah.
Yeah,
cover.
Come on now.
yeah,
You know,
you know. I mean, shit, bro. It ain't. I got you. It ain't hot like it was 112 last week. Like it's like
You
92
talking about
right now.
last week?
It is not hot. We
You
good
in the
now.
Deb done got into the
Nah,
north.
man.
He done got in the
Yeah,
north and got all
yeah.
cool.
You threw all that heat over here. Shit, during the graduation, boy, that heat index was 104, boy. Shit.
That's a little early for y'all, ain't it?
Yeah, up north, Chicago, Illinois, anywhere in Illinois, triple digits is
Well,
even for this time of year. Yeah, that ain't normal.
I
Yeah,
absolutely
that heat
agree.
wave was early because them was July temperatures for out here. You know what I'm saying? It get like that in July, August. It
Yeah,
get to like
late July, August. Yeah,
not June. That was crazy. I'm looking around like, wait, it's like what are we doing? It's 112. That's the high. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I went out there one time, boy. It was September. Uh, I saw 117 one day.
hmm I go every
I didn't go
July.
outside though. Yeah, that's the one day I didn't go outside.
We be there in July. My mama looked at the temperature. She said, "Nah, y'all can go." I'm
Yeah,
good. I ain't lost nothing. I was
yeah,
like,
y'all
"You
got to do
sitting
all
in the
your
heat?"
stuff at night. Yeah, yeah. After I ain't talking about 6 o'clock either. You gotta wait till about 10 o'clock.
Dying.
Yeah, yeah.
The heat go down when the sun go down. Like 9 to 10.
Man, it don't go all the way down though. Shit. It depends
No,
on
Nah,
how many people out there.
you
Yeah,
can
I
breathe the
don't like
heat.
being around a lot of people. If I go outside, I'm at least want to do my elbows some type of way. And shit, if I got a constant flow of traffic though, that's gonna be maybe that's me being the only child. I mean, it's just being around a whole bunch of people all the time. Like the only time I don't see them is when my eyes close. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna snap. So
Poor baby.
I usually can find a good spot in front of the Bellagio though.
yeah, right there where dude got clapped at. You better stay the fuck from right there, nigga.
I remember that spot.
Uh oh. Is that where the
Yeah, they,
water dancing
Yeah,
was?
that's where they had the musical where the water jump from different
mm,
places and they
Oh,
do lights and yeah.
I go there all the
But
time.
yeah,
yeah, that's
yeah, yeah.
where he got clapped right there the other day. That's where that story happened at with that YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah, but like I said, he was already doing too much, so I'm not gonna blame the Bellagio for him getting caught. He just happened to be right there.
Nah, I'm saying put it like this, bro. It's shit that happened on the strip all the time, but that was kind of wild, bro, for the strip, bro. Like shit happened in Vegas all the time, but like nigga, clap to shoot a motherfucker on the strip, bro. We
Yeah.
are in a different time, bro. Like
that's bold.
like we in a different time.
I didn't see the motherfucker get well, not I didn't see him get stabbed, but he had just got stabbed, and the motherfucker was running over there by the Wild Wild West off of Tropicana on the other side of 15.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the hotel I used to stay at. Yeah,
see,
but
to walk up though, man. 'Cause like I say, it ain't no thought of getting away with it. Like you're
yeah,
not gonna get away with that, and you know it. So what are we doing? Like it's like fuck
yeah,
it. That was some wild shit.
yeah,
We stay at the
I
top.
know.
We stay at South Point.
I know they sick about that shit right in that area because you know that's where they to start building the stadium. You know what I'm saying? They're
Mm-hmm.
trying to get that area together for the baseball team to come here in 2028. Like they're
That's
trying to
who.
highlight that area, like motherfuckers doing crimes and shit down there that's going global and shit. But you know they trying to highlight that area now because the baseball team coming, so they redoing a lot of the buildings and shit. And, you know what I'm saying? Like yeah, it's supposed to be better for Vegas, you know what I'm saying, in the next few years. But now with shit like that happening on the strip, that's a bad look.
Y'all getting a baseball
Motherfuckers ain't
field.
forgot Mandalay Bay for real. I ain't forgot Mandalay Bay, my damn self.
Mm. Leader of Vegas. I have a cousin that lives there.
yeah. I had a delivery at Mandalay Bay about a month before that went down. That was extra wild for me, yo.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Yeah, I ain't never stayed there, so I don't know a lot about that one, but I do know that incident happened there. And I doubt
I
I
don't
would
get.
ever want to stay there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
he went uninterrupted. He was just spraying. Yeah, I don't know if I seen that anywhere though. Like, uh, probably had to go back to the dude at the college in Texas. Or no, Virginia Tech in 2006 to go uninterrupted. Motherfuckers just mowing down motherfuckers.
Oh, that Asian cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
Who
that
it
shit. Them damn early incels. They hadn't identified their asses yet. Yeah, that shit is concerning though. I'm kind of glad that shit kind of died down because it was a little moment where that shit was happening like every other month though. Motherfuckers
Yeah.
walking through
Ever
colleges.
since 9/11, yeah, from like from 2002 all the way through at least mid Obama term. Yeah, 2010.
Yeah, they were cutting up.
Hmm.
And they said, do they realize we have 100 degrees with 100% humidity? Lakefront even hot. Nigga, my pool was hot last week, bro. I ain't gonna say hot, but listen, I mean, like you're
Hey
supposed to be.
yo.
You know what I'm saying? Like because it's usually cold. Like right now, you go out there and try to jump in that motherfucker. It's cold. Last
Yeah,
week, it was not cold. It was not cold at all. That heat
Wow.
beating down this motherfucker. So the lakes be drying up and shit out here, man.
I
That shit is
seen it. I
yeah.
seen the bottom of Lake Mead and all that shit, man. I seen
Hmm.
that shit with my own two fucking eyes. That's no video. Like I'm looking out. I'm like, I know damn well it's supposed to be some water out here.
And
That
do a
shit
double
was
take.
bad, bro.
Hell
I,
yeah.
I know Dr. Lamb talk a lot about the environment and shit. I don't really be on that shit like that. But I will
Yeah.
say it's sad to see, but like fish out there just, you know what I mean? Like, bro, where's the fucking water? It was, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, it just didn't look right. You know what I'm saying? And so, like,
Yeah.
on the environmental side, it comes out, I guess, when you see it. Because that
Yeah.
shit was wild, dog. Like, what's up? Where's the water?
Yeah,
Yeah. Like,
you do have to see it because it's like, what you talking about? And then when
yeah.
you see it, you're like, oh snap, this a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to go fishing, man. That was something Pops used to take me to do early on when I was younger. So that's a getaway for me and shit. And, it ain't there out here. So so that's one of the
Hell
things
no.
ain't no fishing.
We disturb too much habitat around here to go fishing. I be scared now. Shit be popping up out of everywhere. Gators and snakes and little peoples be everywhere.
Shit, that Arizona border only like 45 miles away, Lou. Shit, you ain't nowhere from me. Shit, Arizona right there. It's hot than a motherfucker over there too. Average a buck 10 for a couple. That's crazy. That's crazy right there.
So we already hit busting the hundreds. Then what August gonna look like is gonna be crazy because that's usually the hottest month for us.
Yeah, hopefully this just a heat wave though. 'Cause like I say, the temperature's back to normal here. So hopefully it's just a little wave that just came through. Cause yeah, I don't want to see no 100 every day for those 2-3 weeks going into July. Because July is that month where you will see just 100 across the board. You know what I'm saying? But June, no, that was crazy.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah. All them sirens you hear in my background is motherfuckers falling out, yo.
Yeah, we had for the festival, we had 12 incidents.
Hmm.
Heat exhaustion.
Damn.
Yeah, we had to at one point they wanted to shut us down. Um they were talking about it. So we have to do this next year we're gonna have to put up some mist tents and some water stations. But you know, in festivals, people be out there drinking all that sugary stuff and it's hot. So you're not quenching that thirst at all. Just making it worse. So we're gonna do well, one of the solutions is mist tents, get more medical support, but they was dropping whew, left and right.
Yeah, we had a little marathon annual outside run event over the weekend. And it was they said this was the lowest turnout in the past 25 years. It hardly went nobody out.
Too hot, huh? What was the start time?
Uh, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh no, they probably need to start earlier than that.
It didn't matter. It was already going
Too
to be
hot.
yeah. It was a decathlon, so they was running and riding a bike.
Oh my god.
Yeah, something like that.
I know they had one on Fort Jackson. It didn't look like a lot, which is highly unusual. Because of the heat probably.
Yeah, it was little golf carts and paramedics everywhere. It was more the staff and paramedics than it was participants.
Mm.
Yeah,
That mean watch your kids, make sure they drinking water
yeah,
or eating fruit that carry water.
yeah.
I had a watermelon. I cut a watermelon yesterday.
That's what I was looking for yesterday.
Watermelon?
Yeah,
Hmm. Watermelon. Carry a water bottle with some if not some salt type something a little salty, not too sweet. Cut your drinks. I know people don't want to hear that. They gonna drink what they gonna drink, but
yeah. Motherfucking alcohol or uh,
oh, that's
Coca-Cola or Pepsi.
I'm that's one thing I'm fortunate. I'm so glad I'm not a soda drinker.
Yeah,
I was in the gym. Oh Lord, but I had some water. I didn't bring it in the gym, but man, I started sweating excessively. I said, "Oh no, go get some water. It's about to be man down." My
yeah.
friend had one of them little Crystal Light packets. Cause I was like,
Okay.
"Oh no, it was hot." I just got hot. Hot. I started sweating. I was like, "Uh oh." I bet I started drinking that water at night. Start hydrating. Playing around this heat.
Yeah, some people wait too late to try to get water. It already set in.
Hmm.
But people just don't drink water on a regular basis anyway. They only drink water if somebody give it to them. Shit like that.
Sometimes I have a bad habit of skipping, but since this heat, I'm trying to make sure I have some near me. Um, get a tumbler. Oh, that's what I was gonna say earlier. You know how you get a drink and you have the ice in the cup, even
Yeah.
the cold cups. Man, the ice doesn't even stay cold no more. Your ice melt by the time you get to the end of your drink. I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah, that last siren you heard is right downstairs.
Uh-oh.
A motherfucker fell out just now.
Wow.
Yeah.
They not really getting it. It's not
No.
business as usual, y'all. You gotta stay hydrated.
Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock now. Shit.
It's 8:40 for us. Oh
Yeah, that's
wow.
what I'm saying. But they ain't been doing nothing but fucking not drinking no water all day. And the first drink or the main drink they probably putting in their body is some goddamn sugar or alcohol. Now they through.
Yep. Yep. You ain't lying. Beer after beer after beer.
Yeah,
That's my cousin. Them. They under the tree playing dominoes with their coolers.
yeah,
Drinking like it's a 500. Back to back to back. Yep. That's how they get down all in life. I had a cold cup. I had a cold cup. Wait, y'all do cold cups? What y'all call them? Freeze cups?
yeah. I was saying that when he started the stream, I was literally looking for the freeze pop lady.
Yeah, man. You go get popsicles out of the store. They done cut the popsicles in half practically. And
But
you get
charging
like
the same price?
yep, two. What? It's
I
not
don't want
bad
to
because
hear
you get
that.
100 for like 238, but you don't get as it's not as long and the width. It's kind of like half the pack now.
Mm-hmm.
But we get like 100 for like 238.
Yeah, I started. I learned how to make freeze pop when I was in the second grade.
What do you use?
Uh, went over my granddad's house and got the metal ice tray with the handle on that mug, so it get cold faster. Cause my mom had the plastic chunkies.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
my aunt. I like my aunt used to use the Minute Maid frozen stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's how she used to make her pineapple one. Um, man, I always thought that was just so good. Matter of fact, I might need to learn. Give me some freeze cup. But Italian ice is really big down here. Y'all have Italian ice?
No, I know what you're talking about though. It's like
Yeah.
got the logo of the Italian flag on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a snowball, smooth shaved ice, and kind of melt in your mouth. They sell them here. Yeah, we big ticket item or oh, he says Stanley recalling 2.6 million of his switchback and trigger action travel mugs due to a burn hazard. The lid on the mugs can detach when exposed to heat. Oh, let me go check and see what kind I got.
So did I read that right? Walmart is getting rid of the self checkout.
Getting rid of it?
Yeah, that's what I read. I was
They
trying
just
to
put
get.
them in.
That's what I'm saying. I was trying to make a run about an hour or so.
We we just did remodeling, and they took out the
All the cash registers, right?
yes and
Yeah,
put
that's
in
what I'm
self
saying.
checkout. So how you gonna get rid of them? You just put them in.
Uh-huh. Yeah, GQ will tell you they did the one on 95th and let's see, what's that? 95th and 290. 95th and Cicero, GQ, the Walmart out there, got rid of every single cash register,
Yep.
and that was the small. That wasn't no super. That was a small. That's like a smaller one. It ain't
Yeah.
got no deli or nothing in it. Yeah,
The neighborhood mart, right?
it's not quite that small, but
Oh,
but it's kind of like the medium Walmart. It's medium. It don't have no deli. It don't have no kitchen, but it do
okay.
have your
They got a
frozen
tire shop,
pizza. Not at that one. No, not at that one. But
pharmacy.
the neighborhood markets have the green logos, right?
Yeah.
So this one don't have the green.
Oh, okay.
Right. It don't have the green. It's not
Not
it,
green
it
is
ain't it ain't
yellow.
officially yeah,
Oh,
it
wait a
ain't
minute.
officially neighborhood, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it's not they didn't where however it started, it may have started that way because like I said, it's in an area where it's a bunch of Indians on this side, and then there's a bunch of black folk on that side, and the only thing that's separating them is the interstate. That's what
Mm,
separates the Indians from the black folk. So
mm,
they so whoever in there, you see who in there. Indians, East Indian Arabs, and black folks. The black folks is doing security. They got the pallet jacks, and the Indians got the blue jackets on, handling the money bags, if you will, and they work it out like that. But a couple of other ones that I saw that were fully super with the tire shops, like you said, in the deli, they knocked their cash registers down to one cash register
mm.
for the handicapped people, I guess. And
Shoot.
I've never seen it open.
I
All,
was
the
in
only
the
all the
customer
times I've been in
service.
there, that cash register been dark.
I was in the customer service for if you want like a money order or you trying to
Yeah.
send money, the money center. But they just kind of stayed around. They just stopped. We pretty much stopped.
Hmm.
So
Um,
y'all think they taking too much of an L on like people not swiping shit?
Yeah, they taking a fucking L.
well,
The one in my neighborhood
well,
specifically told me. The manager told me personally in 2021 that they were getting knocked off for 1.4 million every 30 days, yo.
we had one closed. We had one
Yeah.
God
actually
damn,
closed.
bro.
Yeah, that's what I
They ripped them
said.
off so bad they closed the whole Walmart. But you
Yeah.
notice, now though, I mean, even though it may not be catch, I'm not really sure. But when you swipe your item, if it like if you swipe and you put it in the if you don't put it in a basket or if you swipe or look like you swiped them too fast, it'll
Mhm.
do this little picture will like come up on the screen and then the associate gotta come over there. Then they gotta check all your items in your basket. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a live camera.
Yeah. Live camera, yeah, yeah.
So uh somehow the technology has been trained to see in a matter of time. So in less than 1 second, you
Hmm.
did what you did and something didn't go right. Even if you didn't, try to, stuff it in the bag, it's gonna think that you stole it. So that's what I'm saying. It's gonna come up. Somebody told me that specifically too. It looked like you were stealing this item, is what she said to me. Straight up.
Oh, oh my.
Yeah.
I know when it happened, I was like, and she was looking. I didn't know what was going on, and she was like, "Oh, there go whatever it was." Right at the time, I was like, "I said, what happened?" She said,
Mhm.
"Oh, it thought you was stealing it." I'm like, "What?"
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, she played the camera back.
Yeah, play the camera back. It shows it on the little
Hmm.
thing.
Yeah. The ones now got the camera, but at that time the screen was coming out of the top part, the ceiling.
Right. I have
Yeah.
saw. I mean, I have heard,
Yeah.
folks swiping little items or whatever.
Oh
Matter of
yeah.
fact, it was
Oh
a young.
yeah. It's all over TikTok. You see it? Yeah. I got away
Yeah,
with $20 worth of whatever. Yeah.
I had a college student one time, young girl, who were doing. They were working at I think it was like a Kroger, and they were taking the gift cards, and they were like they would. I guess they would get like a $10 gift card, and they would use it. I forgot how their little scandal went, but
Mm-hmm.
man, they had gotten up to how much did they say? It wasn't a lot, maybe about 3,600 or so or whatever. But anyway, once that
Mm-hmm.
number started adding up,
Mm-hmm.
man, they went to give them a gift card, and a little police came. Man, they called us and we was like, wait, what happened? Man, them girls had been doing that with those gift cards the whole time. I was like, oh my God. Yeah. But they let
Mm-hmm.
them they let them off, luckily, because any other time your little butt, they would lock their little butts up. But they were young.
Mm-hmm.
They were like 18 years old. Probably following some trend. Somebody did it before them and they thought they could do it too.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they got overzealous. But they was adding up that number though. Um,
Man, when I lived in Chicago, they was doing them damn cracking them cards and shit so crazy. Like motherfuckers was just getting on Facebook and hopping in your inbox like, hey, got them cards. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they still doing them like that, but they're swiping them cards like crazy. I don't know what they was
wow.
doing to get people's accounts. But yeah, I guess they was cracking somebody else's account, add it to a credit card, and then go sell the credit card to sell the credit or whatever.
Oh my.
Yeah, and it was real. Like motherfuckers ordering crazy amounts of shit. 4, 5 PlayStation 5s. Like it was a wild little time in like 2017, 2018 with them credit cards and shit. People was getting like stuff like the board of education of these cities and shit like that. Like they was coming up with places like that wouldn't, you know what I'm saying, quickly find that their money was coming up missing. Like, it was a
Oh, it,
wild time.
it was hitting the government agencies.
Yeah, it was a wild time. I said I
I
wasn't doing it. No, yeah, wasn't me. I saw it for
Wow.
myself.
I know one time I was in New York in Manhattan, and it was late. Our little room phone rang, and it was like, hey, your card didn't go through with a night auditor. And I have a bad habit. Please don't disturb my sleep. So my friends was like, Mo, they want to talk to you. I'm like, man, I ain't answer that phone. I'll go back to sleep. So they kept calling, and finally I got the phone. And when the guy said your card didn't go through, shit, I hurry up and went to my account, started transferring. And so I was like, well, how much didn't go through? And so they was like, okay, confirm your card. I wasn't thinking, but I had already moved money over. So I was like, I confirmed my number and I was like, I'm going back to sleep. And I hung up the phone. But because I moved the money over, they couldn't get anything. So they called back. And when they called back, I said, oh, I think they trying to get me. So I just kept saying, I'm not sure what's going on. I handle it in the morning. So when I got down there that morning, they swear, no, there ain't no night order. Nobody calling your phone. La, da, da, da. And I was like, are you sure? It was like, yeah. So I'm like, okay, we about to hit the streets of New York. I'm gonna need, I'm gonna have to move some money over. Soon as I move some money over, I swipe my card. They was like, decline. I'm like, what? I just put this money on this card. Swipe it again. Decline. I was like, let me look at my account. I was like, what the hell? Oh man, I'm all the way in the city. I cannot afford to shut no accounts down. So I called my bank. Man, we had to hurry up, go to the ATM, put some money there, hurry up and swipe it. Then had to lock all my accounts down. They had to damn hacked into my account. They were hacking as the money was there. They were just taking. They was getting from Lowe's, big ticket items. I was like, damn, that's why I don't keep no money on a debit card. I always transfer upon transaction. I'm too paranoid now.
That's crazy. Damn.
Yeah, it was wild. So now I go to hotels, I do my best. I'll have this one credit card that I always let, I was like, okay, if they get it off of that, it's no big deal. But regular bank accounts, I do my best not to swipe my debit card at no hotels. Boy, I was scarred for probably scarred for life. Right there, damn Manhattan. It's like they done got me. Mm. But it's crazy how people could come up with different schemes to get through, whether it's a prepaid card, well, I mean, gift cards or prepaid card. Matter of fact, I think I got scammed the other day with my Wix website, and we didn't notice it until the second time they came. They was like, your Wix site is on is exposed. It has all these different threats. It's out of compliance, and the way they had, I didn't think about checking an email. I just see Wix, and I'm like, damn, out of compliance. What happened? Ain't nobody else is out of compliance. So I was like, I called my cousin. I was like, man, at the time, one of their board people, the Facebook, they had went in Facebook jail, and I was like, oh man, I sure hope nobody didn't get to the account. So we wasn't thinking because it was simultaneous. And man, so we paid the little money, the $200. The site came back up, and then so the next time the email came, I said, oh hell no, something ain't right. Let me call Wix. But I was like, let me check the email. I checked the email. I said, Gmail. Oh hell no. Block, 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 report, report, report. Oh, they got us good. So he was like, man, we got a scam. I said, yeah. I said, I should have been a little bit more alert, but I wasn't thinking because the old boy went into Facebook jail, and I was thinking that it was kind of connected. And it wasn't connected. They damn sure scammed us. Damn foreigners. They got us good too. So y'all be on alert if you have websites and they try to say y'all out of compliance, or y'all malicious, or you done violated some rule. Is check the email, make sure it's from the actual company.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
put
that's crazy.
The Walmart link in the chat.
Mhm.
No, I was just gonna say that's crazy that they got teams of motherfuckers sitting around waiting to scam somebody, man. That shit is wild.
Yeah,
Boy, you know that shit been going on for shit
yeah.
since time. Shit.
They
Yeah.
got me for Carnival Cruise too. Now check how Carnival Cruise did it. So
Especially out there where you at, Taz. Motherfuckers be waiting on the next motherfucker to come through. Even if they get caught, they know they're gonna get at least another chance at another round whenever they, get free from that.
yep,
Yeah.
he's vulnerable. So Carnival, we was like, I had to change. What did I have to do? Did I have to change or add? Oh, I had to add a person. So my friends, she always book our stuff. So she gave me the pen. I called Carnival, and I was like, yeah, I want to, I need to add this person, da da da. And so the lady, she was like, okay, that'll be 1,600. I said, well, ma'am, how is it 1,600 when it was 1,600 for two? Shouldn't it be like eight something and whatever? So we going back and forth, and I was like, oh man. So I'm texting my friend. I'm like, yo, I thought you said it was gonna be this amount. She's charging this much. La da da. She was like, no, Mo, this is what it is. Give me a few minutes. I'll get on. So by this time though, I had already done a whole transaction, right? So the lady said, well, we haven't took your money yet. And I'm like, oh yes, you did. It's right here out of my account. And she was like, no, we didn't. We did not take your money. So my friend gets on the call. Man, listen, they had to. I don't know how they did it, or maybe they had somebody on standby, but that person was listening. So when I was confirming, it was like they was tapped into the account. They had to change our email. They had to change they didn't change the PIN number, but like all it's like they duplicated the account. And so we fussing, 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 and finally, you know, They hadn't already hit me up, so the money was already taken. So what happened, my friend, she's a little bulldog. So she gets on, she calls Carnival compliance and she goes off. Da, 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 and it was like, man, we don't see no extra charge. And she was like, how? My girlfriend right here. She said right here. And I'm looking at her account. They take y'all taking the money twice. And they was like, no, we didn't. We only took it once. So something say go to your bank account and look at the where the transaction, you know how you have the name of the transaction. So when I look, it was like some travel something. And they was like, we don't know who that is. Shit, we hunt their ass down. We looked them up. We ain't gonna get my money back. So my bank, we looked them up. I reported them. My bank gave the money back, and they come to find out they was a some third party travel agency. They had to be working in cahoots with Carnival, or they got their phones tapped or something. But they had to change all of our reservation stuff and everything, duplicated everything, and the email is what gave them away.
Mm.
Because my
They
email was different, huh?
they use the same email for each scam.
I don't know if they use the same one, but my email, when we had to confirm, they had changed the email to something else, and so we kept saying, no, that's not my email. And that's what made me go look at the transaction, and I realized I had a carnival charge, and then I had this whatever that travel agency was charged. So I just went on my bank, reported fraud with them, and the bank normally gives you your money back. And when they did the investigation, so I had to report all this stuff to Carnival with a screenshot and send all the stuff to Carnival. But I don't know how they did it, or if there was the girl on the other end was working with someone else or what. But I was like, so I don't usually book my own trips. I let my friend book them because I'm like, man, they stay hitting me up for some money. Yeah, so I get scarred now.
Yeah, that was one of the concerns when the whole paper transfer to digital was actually going to be the majority and the consent. We saw it being implemented for the people that was on food stamps. They really was one of the first test cases. And once they saw that we were able to uh, allow people getting paper food stamps to now swipe the card, the general public might have some pushback, but in the end, we'll be able to push it through. And then when we signed off on paying for shit on the internet, the scam motherfuckers was like, damn boy, we gotta change up our whole shit. So
Oh, I better. I'm a two authorization factor now.
oh yeah, I put the air alert for the 7 states, include New York, New Jersey, Ohio, and California for today. That was for today, actually.
You say air alert?
Yeah, yeah, air quality alert. So there were levels that if you were already, I'm saying, if you already have bronchitis, if you already having lung issues, and you just outside just to be outside, then you gonna get what just happened right downstairs from me. I was trying to pull the cam out, but they had already pulled up. Paramedics. It didn't look like they had anybody. They ain't had their lights on, but yeah, motherfuckers been falling out all day up here. Older people, pretty much, primarily. It's a construction project going on down the street too, and I noticed they weren't there today.
I bet he in that shit.
Hell no, boy. They'll be there tomorrow though. But yeah, you can't really mess around in that heat, man. Like I said, up north, motherfuckers are They get kind of spoiled whenever they get a little bit of little heat. You'll see motherfuckers walking around in flip flops, shorts, with a windbreaker on.
Well, that's the style now, ain't it? These days, sweatshirt and shorts.
I have never done it, but yeah, I've seen plenty of people do it.
Hmm. At least that's how it looks in the store. They have the sets, sweatshirts and shorts, because that's what the young folk do
With the hoodie on.
with the hoodie.
Yeah.
Sweatshirts and shorts. I know it's a thing I hear. I know my niece and nephew. That's how they dress. They got
Down
this.
south,
Mm-hmm. Look in like the Nike stores
I,
and Adidas
I,
stores. They have the sets.
in June, July,
Yeah, they crazy.
June, July,
It's
the
kids.
South
Yeah,
hoodie.
look at the
I, I, I'm, I'm too old.
they say
They don't go together.
they don't go
Down south,
together.
mid June, July, either one, and hoodie.
Look,
That
see,
don't
look
go
at Brother
together.
Rod. He said
Yeah,
no coats in the winter and hoodies in the summer. Yes, that's what they do. Look at the fashion.
I don't know, man.
They got hoodies
I'm not gonna throw the
and
young kids
shorts.
under the bus though. Yeah, you know.
Hmm. Well, you ain't gonna throw them under the bus?
No, because when they turn on their well in our day it was the TV, but you know, when they go to their favorite video platform, Twitter, YouTube, whatever, they see July, they see shorts,
Look at
and
Aaron.
then they see Timberlands.
Like Aaron said, he doing it himself. He said
That's
he
what I'm
got one on
saying.
today. He's like, I tell my son that's stupid ass hoodie
He
today.
said 92.
See,
Yeah.
see, I'm not the only person. I told y'all.
Well, that's what I'm
See,
saying. I'm giving Aaron a little bit of grace because he's not in the South. He up north. So I'm just saying he in the Great Lakes region. So I'm throwing my hands up. Okay, boom. Maybe he's near the lake, he'll catch a breeze. But I'm just saying in the South, anywhere south of what? Louisville, Kentucky, Nashville, Tennessee. I mean, what's the line? How do you know when you can you put your right foot in the north and your right foot in the south? I mean, where is that line at? So for me, you know, I drew it long time ago. It may have changed. But if you're in the south and it's June, I shouldn't see hoodie nowhere. You shouldn't even be having a hoodie in your hand.
yeah, what shoot? But that's how they're selling the set.
They selling those for the people that live up north.
Mm. Well, I'm I mean I haven't done it, but when I went in the Nike outlet the other day, I was like, man, why they got all these sweatshirts and these shorts? Like shit, we don't want to walk around with that. It's too hot outside. Yep. Look at Brother Aaron white tee. Hey, we grew up on that song. T-shirt Levi's is my only disguise.
Mm-mm.
He
Mm. Nah, man.
say dry fit summer gear. Summer.
Nah.
He talking about the nigga. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. See, Dev, you don't got no kids, but you going around these kids these days, they do some weird stuff.
I mean, hey, I wasn't the average teenager, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna, I ain't gonna never totally throw them all the way under the bus. Nikki says the kids are not spending all day outside. And I
Yeah, that's
mean,
true.
for me, if you inside, I mean, are you gonna have your hoodie on?
Well, those classrooms are cold, but I keep my house
Yeah,
cold. I keep my
yeah,
house cold, so you gonna need a coat.
yeah,
You gonna need a hoodie, a coat, and a damn heat blanket in my house and in my car. Cause look at my niece. She said maybe two heaters. My house be cold, and I be sitting over here hot like a bug. I be like,
yeah. That motherfucker. You can't have nothing wrong going. Nothing going wrong. Going wrong. With that HVAC situation in June or July in the South.
oh
Yeah,
hell no. Well, one time I had did duty in Seattle, and I came back. Well, I had let somebody come clean my house, and I was like, okay, when I come back, have it clean because I'll be coming back in,
yeah,
And they came in and no, when they left, they turned the damn AC off. Oh man, I got back. The thing
mm,
froze over.
mm,
Oh, it was so hot. I called my HVAC guy, and he was like, "You gonna have to let it, you have to let it defrost or
yeah,
whatnot, because I guess you can't, you shouldn't turn it on. Because when I tried to turn it back on, I was like, girl, I don't never turn my unit off.
mm,
Don't ever do. Yeah, that was crazy. That was the first time, and so now I try to service it every
yeah.
6 months because man, you talk about man that whole house. We had all the windows open. Man, that wasn't nothing helping.
Letting all that heat in.
Well, it was hot.
Hey,
Listen,
yo, hey.
we remember. You gotta remember. So the
Uh,
HVAC broke. The HVAC froze.
mhm.
Right. I wasn't back yet,
Yeah,
and
your
so
condenser. Yeah, your
exactly when you walk
yeah.
in the house, it was a heat wave. How may I help you? Huh?
Yay, yo,
Yeah.
man. I mean, I can imagine. I've been in empty buildings in the South, and yeah, it's not a good feeling at all.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's crazy hot.
nah, man. Oof.
Super hot. So now, I always just tell do not touch my AC unit. You know how you put the note on the eight, do not touch.
Oh, okay. I thought you had got to the go ahead and either go purchase or build you a lock around
You
the
know
circle.
what? That's what I should do. Shit. Hey,
I
you
seen them
really
on there. I had been called to install them, so I know how it goes. Shit.
I
Yeah, man.
shit. I won't turn mine do not turn off. You already know you come to my house. Don't even worry. You better have your jacket. If you get in
Yeah,
my truck, you
yeah,
better have your jacket because that air
yeah.
condition is
It's gonna blow.
blazing.
Yeah, yeah,
You know it. And then well, good thing, before I had me a little upgrade, I just had a little regular car, so whatever one air get, all of them get.
yeah.
So now it's a little better now, but shoot, my nieces if they drive with me, they gotta bring their blankets because it's gonna be cold as all get out.
Nah, I get it, Aaron, but I'm not gonna walk around inside with the air conditioner blowing with my hoodie on. So I mean, I get it, you know. But like I said, I'm born and raised in the South, so there's a fair amount of tolerance to a degree. I remember when I was in the third grade, every single day, like sun up, sundown, every day was at least 100 degrees between June 7th through like
October,
August 15th. Like there was
October.
no day where the high temperature was less than 99. Yeah.
Man, it don't get cool here until October during the fair.
Yeah.
And then, the second week in August is like the hottest.
Yeah.
That's when we have all the people, the fire department, and the ambulance going crazy.
That's what they do. They walk around in the air conditioner with their hoodie on inside.
Mm-hmm. Cause it's cold.
Hey, I'd rather them do that versus being out in public and other people looking at them
Yes.
crazy or thinking they're gonna get, you know what I'm saying? So of the two, I'll just throw both of my hands up and say, you know what? At least stay inside. So give it up for the young folks for, at least staying inside with the hoodie on, blowing the air. See, okay, so I'll give them that. I'll give them that,
Oh
and I,
yeah,
I probably won't say no more about it.
right. Oh yeah, brother Rob. Fall fair, October, second week in October, every year. It gets cool. Bring your hoodie, bring your coat, because when that sun go down, the hawk comes out. Yeah. I love going to the fair. Even though I don't ride any rides anymore. He said we ain't got the same iron in our blood as y'all back in the day, man. You better get you some iron.
No, he actually got some. He got a case like Dr. Lamb. The stuff I ate. You know what I'm saying? When I
Yeah,
was
you right.
15, 16 years old, I can go outside right now, and I guarantee you that 15 or 16-year old ain't put nothing in their body that I did when I was 15 and 16.
You
Straight
ain't
up,
lying.
yeah. So I mean, yo,
You
that's.
ate more greens. You ate more greens.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? We ain't
Yeah.
going to the store. What we had to go to the store for? We had
Penny
everything right
candies.
there.
Penny candies, a pickle, and a lemon and a peppermint. Come on now.
Bullshit. Yeah.
Nah,
Boom.
later. You know it. Red Hots, Boston baked beans,
Yeah.
Charleston
Lemon
cheese.
head. Lemon head in the house.
You
Yeah.
know how it go. I had penny candies. Give you a quarter. You go get you a quarter worth of penny candies. Yep, lima beans, green beans. Shit, I still eat all that. You lucky I didn't cook that tonight. But I wanted some
Yeah.
sweets.
I think we had beans
When
every
last time
day.
you had a
Shit.
non-later Dev?
Shit. I ain't even seen a goddamn now
Some
later since
some lemon
80 the
heads.
last man, I ain't
Man,
seen none of them
oh,
candies since
why I
80
can't
since
hear you?
89.
Oh, you can't hear me. Which one?
Can she hear me?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think she might have went out.
Is it me?
Yeah, it's you. Hold on, let me start. Let me type in the back.
Oh man.
Can you hear me, Dr. Lamb? I can hear both of y'all.
Yeah, that's her.
My volume went out.
Yeah. Um, to a degree. I mean, I'm not in the store that long. Well, I mean, I didn't walk in the store a couple of times, and I started sneezing. Well, I was cold as hell. But the reason why I was cold as hell because I was hot as hell outside. I probably didn't want to go back outside in the heat. Nah, that was her. I she in the back. I told her in the back chat. But yeah, that 2017, 2018, shit. My little West Coast run. Shit, I was out in Mojave, motherfucking Fresno, Modesto, uh, Barstow, Boron, Cherry Valley. Shit, all them triple digits.
Okay, I think I'm back now.
You bet.
Yeah,
Can
we
you hear us?
stayed the night. Can you hear us, Dr. Lamb?
I can hear y'all.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we stayed the night in Barstow one night in one of them fucking hotels over there. So it ain't that many. So
Barstow.
yeah, bro, like
God.
for real. It's on some late shit, like
Oh yeah, yeah,
didn't want to
yeah,
go. Didn't want to drive all the way. I thought I was ready, you know what I'm saying? Like got
yeah,
halfway there, like nah. And so we
dude.
it was but what was crazy, bro, it was a little earthquake, bro.
Oh
Like that,
shit.
like that was my first time feeling a fucking earthquake, bro. Like an actual like wow.
I know it
Um
freaked you out. Yeah.
the ground is moving. Like, yeah.
And you couldn't do nothing about it. Yeah.
Were you standing or were you?
I was sitting out on the steps at the room smoking a blunt. And yeah, the
No, no, that shit was
stairwells
extra.
the stairwell started shaking. So you know what I'm saying? That's how I knew what it was. And then I heard her scream.
Mm.
So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was, and it was just like a little baby, one nothing to be alarmed about. But, that was my first one though.
So you went in Chicago for the 3.8 in March of 2009?
No, I wasn't there yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was on O Block, 61st and Eberhard, and I was on another chat program at 6:14 a.m. and the whole building, started wobbling. I was like, what was that? Like it wobbled so fucking much. I ain't know what the fuck it was. Sure
Mm.
enough, about 20, 25 minutes later, I just happened to flick over to Channel 9 and the earthquake reports was flying all over the place. Fuck
Mm.
Chicago. Then I thought about it. Okay, yeah, the new Madrid fault line, which has its origins down there in the Ozarks, south of St. Louis, Cairo, a little bit south. But yeah, that was woo.
That's crazy, wasn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
my first encounter I was in the bed. This is so funny. So when the bed shook and moved right in the wall, I said, "Oh hell no! I know my house ain't possessed." I thought I, I
Oh
thought my
man.
I thought my house was possessed, and so I was like, I was waiting. I was just like sitting. I was just like looking, and was just waiting for somebody else to say something. You know,
I did
I
the
didn't
same
want.
shit.
I
Yeah,
didn't
didn't
want to
nobody
be
say
the
nothing
first
though. Yeah,
person.
it was like four people in the house. Didn't
Yeah,
nobody say nothing. Yeah.
they want to be the first person. And then finally, they was like, "Yo, you heard that?" And I was like, "Heard what?" Trying to pretend like be a big girl. It was like the house moved, and I was like, "So let me go check." And it was like it's an earthquake. I had never experienced, but Carolina actually out there in Batesburg, the Batesburg, right outside of Batesburg area, seem to get earthquakes, and we usually feel it here in Lexington.
Yeah, it's another fault line just off the Appalachian Mountains over there. I remember Central and North Jersey. Y'all got some quake shakes a few years ago. It ain't. I mean, it's rare, but it ain't totally you know off the table.
Yeah, when you're not expecting it, it's
Yeah,
a yeah, it could test your little manhood, test your adulthood rather.
yeah, yeah.
It start shaking. You be like, whoa, hey, hold on now, what's
Well,
going
no, I
on?
don't know. I don't know if you ever expected it though. You know what I'm saying? That's just one of them things that's just gonna happen.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
You
I was out in North Cali in the '89 for the 7.1. Yeah, so that's
ooh,
why it wasn't too much off. But like I said,
Nah, I been telling her like, man, this shit ain't sweet like that, man. It'd be a fucking earthquake here. That ain't unheard of. Like, you know what I'm saying? For some reason she think we off the hook. It's like, no, and don't forget, Barstow is like 2 hours away. Like that. Like, come on now. That ain't we wasn't gone that far when this shit happened. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Uh, nah, brother Rob. I know where you're talking about though. Um, I had some friends that used to go down to what is that? South of Joplin. They began with a B.
What's that?
Joplin. That's
Missouri?
Branson.
Missouri.
Yeah, they went to
Missouri?
Branson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Oh, Branson.
Missouri.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Branson.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I ain't.
So
What's there? Because I know a lot of people that still went there, bro. What the fuck
uh,
is there?
I'm gonna just be honest with you, Taz. It's a lot of heritage, and Dr. Land will tell you the difference between heritage and culture. But a lot of white history, basically, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
My
okay,
heritage
Yeah,
okay.
culture.
Yeah, that's one of them places I ain't never been, but I keep hearing about. So,
yeah,
hey,
yeah. They done made it a little tourist. They got a little publicity during the pandemic, but
Hmm.
I remember when people used to go to college. They used to always talking about getting away and not going to St. Louis and not going too far, and Branson would come up. And I was like, they never said anything else. They never said I'm going to Branson to get some soul food. That never came up. So I was like,
Mm.
I don't want to go.
I, I try to figure out if I sifted through that. I know I used to visit Joplin a lot, but I don't even remember. Oof, back in the 90s, early, late 90s,
Yeah,
96, 97.
yeah.
No, 94, 95, 96, 97.
Oh, okay. I was gonna tell Taz, boy. The last time I was in Barstow, boy, the boys was out and they were doing U-turns, getting motherfuckers. It wasn't for no seatbelts, but it seemed like most of the people they was running down on was either on their cell phone. But this was before uh, the weed situation was legal.
mm,
Yeah, it was like 17, 18. I
Mm.
think Colorado was legal, but California tried to put it through, and then it didn't go the first couple rounds. You know, it didn't go through in California. It took them a couple cycles to go through. So
Till they
weed was
heard,
still not good.
till they heard how that money good and
Yeah,
yeah, I went up there though in Colorado. They had big grams, nigga, $5. Like, what the fuck?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
they giving that shit away. Like, god damn,
Man, I opened
fire
up the
weed.
door to the truck, and I was like, "Damn, man, where's that motherfucking smell coming from?" I'm like, wherever I went in the whole fucking city, even after my delivery, I was like, I never stopped smelling weed. Like through the night,
yeah,
all that shit. I was like, damn, everybody smoking weed in this motherfucker.
Like New Mexico, like that too.
Oh
I,
yeah, I'm pretty sure now.
mm.
yeah, that's my favorite stop is Albuquerque, bro. Like, if it they, bro, the weed they got
Nah,
out there,
shit.
bro.
I spent a couple of nights in Albuquerque, man. Shit.
That weed they got out there
Ain't never
is
been out
much
there.
better than the weed here. That's why I don't understand why they ain't made it recreational on the other side of the Mississippi, bro. Like, they playing around over there. Cause
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's a lot of
We pay some
yeah.
bills.
But I'm saying though, the communities are a little bit more isolated. So I don't know. I
Man,
can't really pinpoint it to one specific thing, but
ain't nobody
it's
isolated when it come to weed.
I was gonna say they
one
got
thing to bring you together. Yeah.
they got them dispensaries right off the highway, bro. You ain't
Oh
got to
yeah.
go far.
I
Oh
mean,
Yeah,
I
I
hell
don't
say
yeah.
smoke,
that.
but
Yeah. Yeah, man. Shit, I even went to what is that? In one of the suburbs, not suburbs. This is like further out from the Denver city limits. Uh, it's something. It's not Colorado Springs. It's like West Denver. But anyway, their particular place was in an old mansion. It wasn't even a
Mm,
commercial building, like somebody's
mm-mm.
old house. But the district was like a historical district.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
checklist, the checklist to get a to be, to sell is damn hella
yeah,
hard. Like you had to try to get involved with when it first started.
yeah. They had to be in early.
Now you better have squeaky clean background.
Oh yeah,
Mm-mm-mm. Hello. What you put on the grill, Taz? Some steaks.
Some ribs and some chicken.
Oh, beef ribs, or pork ribs.
Beef ribs. I actually like pork ribs better, but she ain't gonna let me cook no fucking pork for her.
Maybe
I hate for the
Glenwood
argument.
Springs, Colorado.
Glenwood.
Yeah, and whoever looking it up, yeah, you know who living there. You know what the tax bracket is. That ain't no like off stuff. You know, you have to be hooked up and networked with somebody who make regular trips to the skiing resort to have an address and get mail at that goddamn place. I just happen to have a delivery there,
Say
and
ain't no migrants over there, huh?
hell no, boy, shit, hell no.
That's been the biggest story out of Colorado the last couple years.
Yeah, Roy, and some of those places. But you know, even back during post civil rights, some of the old Panther crowd tried to go up in Colorado Springs uh, and set up shop to hopefully withstand some of the what they was going through in other parts of the country, mainly east of the Mississippi River. But they were met with highly contested.
Yeah, bro, that's one of them places that still I feel like you get a pass. Like it should have Colorado, one of the places that should have a reputation like the fucking South. You know what I'm saying? But it get a
Yeah,
pass because where it's at. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
they're Colorado, Oregon, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Some of them states have like a goddamn Mississippi type history, but
yeah,
it doesn't it missed the radar, you know what I'm saying? Because it ain't down south, so it's not looked at as a slave state or whatnot.
yeah,
Interesting.
Oh yeah, Colorado's at one point in the 20s, Colorado was more of a Klan state. You had whole mayors that were Klansmen out right in the open, talking about making, laws against black people and shit. Like that was one of them places, like kind of like Indiana, you know what I'm saying? Just, they don't get that reputation of being like as bad as the South or maybe even worse, but they were.
yeah. Colorado was that was the Switzerland of the United States to some people.
It's Colorado was one of them places where they used to play with those K's. I know y'all seen in history somewhere where they would play with the K's and call like a place like uh, Krusty Crackers uh, Cascade or some shit like
Yeah,
that, and that'll
yeah,
be the name of the business. So they
yeah,
would do that. Yeah, that's where you saw a lot of those businesses at over the years, and they would spell Colorado with a K. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? They
Oh,
had KKK written up in the mountains and all type of shit. It's all type of fucked
Hmm.
up history up there.
things to learn.
But that's why I do think sometimes it's difficult to deal with the way the education is set up, because I do think there should be federal mandates on some shit. I think that's why so we don't know so much, because they only teach history on a state level. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
We're not taught history on a level of the United States, although we're taught about the contiguous 48 states and the other two, but it's still
Mhm.
no attachment in terms of the history. And it's almost impossible to do. I mean, if we're being real, you can't never teach the history of all 50 states, but I don't think there's a concerted effort to teach the important parts of history across the board. You know what I'm saying? So some of that shit need to be taught though, so we will have a better understanding about what was going on out on the West Coast. Because somebody was on here the other day saying there wasn't no Jim Crow in California and shit. It's like, bro, what?
Mhm.
I can't stop saying that shit, bro. Black folks went through Jim Crow everywhere in this motherfucker, nigga. The fuck?
Yeah, California was always this goddamn getaway paradise situation.
Not one state is exempt, but we can play the role.
Mhm.
Like,
So this kind of plays back into what you were saying about the Middle East situation, like the the reliance on crude and petroleum, not just gas in the cars, but for synthetic plastics and a lot of other stuff that we take for granted that's going to just be there and be available. Uh, any deviation from a basic bottom line in terms of access to or not being able to control it, we may not feel the immediate effects, but there may be some modifications on how we package things. Uh, now, I don't know if you noticed, but there's been a whole bunch of automobile recalls within the last year or so. I don't recall having seen like all the major car companies, Ford, GM, Chrysler, Honda, Toyota, like nobody's exempt from a recall except for the EV, and the Tesla brand has been kind of tainted, but I don't see none of the other electric car company brands being uh, planked with such negative news, if you will. But I still don't see the country making this fantastic, massive effort to shift from petroleum to electric. I mean, I'm not really seeing any benefits. I mean, once that battery is not able to recharge, what are you going to do with it?
I mean, we thought about it, bro, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I just wasn't impressed. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? I
that's what I'm
mean,
saying.
thought about it and it was, I mean, it was an option, but I just wasn't
Yeah,
impressed, bro. And I don't want to find myself in a situation where I don't know what the fuck I'm doing,
yeah. You only
chasing this
got a
new
couple
shit.
hundred miles. Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to go 400 or 500 miles or whatever.
And that was the deciding factor for me, because I like to travel. So in my mind, you could, you know what I'm saying, we can go drive over to fucking Texas and use no gas. You know what I'm saying? That was my thought. Like,
Yeah, and then not only do you gotta wait. I mean, I mean, I know GM saying it's free or there's no surcharge, but dude, I'm not finna sit there for no goddamn hour for my car to charge up. I'm tired. I'm like lay down. Shit, man, fuck that. Then I'm supposed to automatically know, hey, it's gonna be at least one station that's open. There ain't nobody else gonna have no electric car trying to charge this shit up but me. I'm gonna just roll in. It's gonna be available for me. Hell, I done been to plenty of places. Hey, motherfuckers take their shit out, especially if they got their new Tesla or whatever model. And the motherfuckers is in the traveling months, this time of year, hey, motherfuckers is out.
Yeah, they out there and they lined up at them stations, nigga.
Yeah, man.
They lined up at them electric stations, bro. Huh? Shit, let me finish this. Let me finish cooking this food.
No, yeah, bro, they're not finna go to war, man. Yeah, Albuquerque got a real nice view sunset and a sunrise view. If you ride off 40.
Yeah, that is, bro. That is the most amazing view, bro. That
Yeah,
shit is
man.
crazy.
Uh,
That sunrise view is amazing.
I
It's
didn't
one of
even.
the.
I went out route one time to go to Devil's Tower, the place where they feel Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
I ain't seen it. I ain't been there. I remember the
Yeah,
movie,
it's
but I ain't
like
seen that.
Who was that hombre saying was at war?
yeah, we was talking about the war, our Middle East situation a minute ago before you popped on the panel.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of in the middle of it now.
Yeah,
We done sent the U.S. General Ford over there. Like,
but I'm saying
yeah,
Iran and already shot missiles at a military base, and we didn't nobody do nothing. Ain't that the equivalent of Pearl Harbor, with the exception of nobody actually getting killed?
well, I just have a hard time
No,
with
hell
those.
no.
Yeah, I can't
No.
agree with those equivalencies because Pearl
Pearl
Harbor was
Harbor is
Pearl
here.
Harbor.
That's
Right,
here.
right.
Like you do it here, if it's a strike, nigga, they strike some shit here, then yeah, I was definitely, it's definitely Pearl Harbor. But
Even if it was wherever the
outside,
fuck it was a U.S. territory. That's different.
yeah,
No, I'm just
outside,
saying, U.S. embassy, U.S. military base.
man,
I
niggas been blowing
mean,
them bitches up for years, bro. Bin Laden got one of them under his belt, but that ain't shit.
I remember. I remember. Yeah,
For real,
killed
was
some
it
motherfucking
Sudan?
Marines and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about, nigga, if you do something here though, those are the ones, and that's for your conspiracy people, like for real, like Trump ain't that motherfucker ain't above par, bro. I don't trust these motherfuckers. So and I always believe in the possibility of a false flag, and what I'm saying, the president being willing to take out American citizens to try to go into a war, get more support for it and all of that. I don't trust none of this shit.
Right. Are we
Yeah.
at war? Are we at war right now, though, Taz?
I,
Yes,
All right.
yes,
All right.
yes, the
I,
country's at
I,
war.
Very
hold on. Let
much.
me see if I pull the article up. Because if I'm not mistaken, I know that there were active military personnel that were killed by the Houthis back in March. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking that there was a goddamn fighter jet that crashed. Uh, Houthis,
But my question for you, Willie, would be how concerned do you think we should be about it?
uh,
You hear me, bro? Might just drop off.
Nah, I
Yeah.
don't agree. Boss center driver 3. Ayo, Taz.
I hear you, bro.
Ayo, if Haliban was playing, would we not have had a different game last night? Because my son trying to. Nah, that's not
I'm
we. I'm a Knicks fan. It's
fam.
about.
I'm calling Cap because you got OKC at home. Like I mean, I don't think they was gonna lose that game at home. You
I
know what I'm saying?
mean,
I think
Pacers stole a game at home already, though. So
that's why I don't think they can steal another one though. That's why I
that's
can't give them another one. You know what I'm saying? I can't give them another one. They
you
definitely stole
good,
the
nigga. I
first one.
see what you did there. You good.
Yeah, they got that one, but no, I think it would have been came down to like last shot, last minute. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have ended
Been what it
definitively.
was. Yeah,
You know
I
what I'm saying?
agree.
It would have been, they would have drove it down to the last minute. And I don't know, you know what I'm saying? If you got that scenario, it's that possibility that, you know what I'm saying, tie game down to something like that. You give dude that shot. You seen what he do.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? We definitely missed an opportunity right there to see some greatness, but because that would have definitely been a good fourth quarter duel. You know what I'm saying?
They say he tore his whole Achilles. Now he pretty much gonna be out for the most of the season next year.
Yeah. Yeah, but they should be all right. They should still be a playoff team. You know what I'm saying? They should still be okay. I mean, you got to work through them type of injury issues, but it don't really decimate their team. And you know what I'm saying? If they could bring most of that core back.
My son came in here capping for OKC. That's what we was
Yeah.
beefing about.
The world champions.
Yeah.
Gotta give it up to them. I mean, shit. I didn't see them winning the championship. You know what I'm saying? They seem too young. You know what I'm saying? Not enough around Shea, not enough scoring. It was a lot working against them in terms of, if they would win. So they did it, bro. I give it to them. Give it up. So where
Once they
does that
got
put
deep in
him
the
in where does that put Shea in OKC history though? Do he instantly pass KD and Grant,
yes,
that team, like all that shit in the
yes,
past is
he an MVP.
OKC, the face, Shea?
Mm-hmm. Ayo,
Don't he
Taz.
got a
Ayo,
don't he
Taz.
got a
Him and
higher
his white wife, Taz.
don't he got but
Oh
don't
damn, bro. You
but
know I don't need to know
I
stuff
had to
like
fuck
that,
with
Willie.
Taz.
I don't need to know shit like that, bro. I don't watch Love and Hip Hop. I don't like none of that shit, bro. I would have been
Man,
uh,
fine without
Taz.
that info.
yeah.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
Yeah, I would have been fine without that, but it's cool, I guess. I'm trying to get away from being judgmental, bro. So
Nah, nigga,
Don't he got
turn up.
don't he got don't he got a higher point for finals average than what Jordan did in the 90s?
You can't really, you
I
can't
don't
really
know.
count that though with one
I didn't look at his
finals performance. Nah.
what you mean?
I mean, if he had a great finals performance this year, let's say he get to the
Mm-hmm.
finals next year, it don't literally
Yeah,
like
yeah, we're not
turn.
trying to goad him, but I mean, yo,
No, I'm
it
saying
ain't
in
it ain't like
terms of
he
like
came out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So he been
But he
around
kind
since
of
before.
did.
Man, he been around since the pandemic. I know he been on the
True.
West Coast and motherfuckers ain't been paying attention to him, but he's been consistent. He ain't never came off the bench or started in a rotation and put up
Yeah,
average
but
numbers or
consistent in the league is different from playoff finals performance.
dude, he
That's
broke
two
the
different
record for
arguments.
most games with 30 plus points. What the fuck is you talking about? He got NBA records already, yo.
Man, I like SGA.
I put the Houthis Yemen article in the chat. Now, the U.S. is saying that the fighter jets were on the aircraft carrier, and when they made a left turn, they made a left turn too hard, and based on where the plane was, it just so happened to fall off into the ocean, and they didn't feel like, or it was not worth recovering $60 million. But the Houthis are saying that they sent some drones in the direction of the aircraft carrier, U.S. aircraft carrier, and shot at and made the aircraft fall off into the sea.
Okay.
Mm.
Either way, that $60 million aircraft is in the possession of Houthis.
Nah, it's in the water. They
Huh?
didn't. They didn't recover the aircraft.
No, you're right. The U.S. didn't. They didn't recover their own fucking
I'm
aircraft.
saying no one did. So we can't say
Yes,
it's
the
in the
Houthis
possession
did.
of.
What the fuck is you talking about?
Is it
No.
unmanned? Was this an unmanned aircraft
No, they
drone?
scrap it. They don't need to fucking know how to fly it or nothing like that. They scrap it.
The
Shit.
argument is that the Iranians
No,
sent
I'm
some
saying did
shit.
somebody die? Is what I'm
Oh
No,
no,
asking.
no, no!
nobody
It just
died.
fell off the
Oh,
ship. Yeah, yeah. Nobody
Nobody
died.
yeah.
died, but it was
That's
a
what I'm saying.
manned
It ain't
aircraft.
up till somebody die, nigga.
No, this is what I'm
That
saying though. It was supposed to be a manned aircraft. Like if it went on a mission, it would have had a human being in it, right? It was manned. The Iranians are saying we sent some shit over there that blew their shit up and it fell off the boat. The Americans is saying we hit a right turn and the shit just fell off, but we ain't really give a fuck. But at the end of the day,
Yeah, I've been in the
nobody.
Navy, motherfucker, and that shit ain't never been policy. You just drop a goddamn $60 million plane off an aircraft carrier and motherfuckers say fuck it.
I don't
Yeah,
know
that
if
don't
I'd
even
agree with
sound
that.
right though. That sound
What you mean you
crazy,
don't
bro.
agree? I've been in the motherfucking Navy, nigga.
Yeah, that don't even
Yeah,
sound right to me though.
nah,
That sound wild as
there is
hell.
documentation though of
What documentation are
America.
you talking about?
There is like history of America having aircrafts going to the sea, and they didn't recover the aircraft because there was nobody on it. I agree.
You
If
just
it's
talking shit. You don't know what you're talking about. There is no documentation where a USS aircraft carrier had $60 million or multi-million-dollar aircraft in on the ship and it fall into the water and they said fuck it, we're just gonna leave it. That has never been done, Will.
I'll say this, I get your perspective, Dev, but what I'm
It's
saying
not
is
my perspective,
the
it's what's been
motherfuckers
fucking
over
happening.
you,
Damn.
they not pressed about that 60 million.
Can you
That's a
show an
fact.
incident of it happening?
Hold on, I'm about to find one.
Because I never thought about that, but I mean I didn't know that, but I didn't know they go and recover every
They
aircraft
don't.
and whatnot.
That's the point.
Yeah, if a motherfucker on a mission, if he gets shot down or if they on a fucking mission, I mean that's different. But this was not in no mission.
Mm.
So I mean, they got Navy SEAL teams. They got all types of equipment, recovery equipment. Even if you can't pull it up right then and there, you already in the area. What was so important that you had to leave the area and leave your goddamn fucking fighter jet?
All right, so the most recent one is 2025. The Super Hornet fell off of the U.S. Truman, and
That's what
that
I was
wasn't
talking about.
recovered. In
That's
2022,
the event that I was talking about a couple of months ago.
right?
So they were already at war with the Houthis in Yemen. I mean, I know you said the
In
word Iran, but
2022, you're saying we were at 122.
yes, in 22 also, yes.
So now, how do you qualify war? Because I would argue we weren't in war at 2022. You
Well,
actually highlighting the fact that
if you sending drones over motherfuckers with ammunition, that's war.
that doesn't dictate war, my nigga. We send drones everywhere.
Whoa, so what does, bro? What
Legislation.
no, hell no.
I mean, my
What
argument would be, Taz, when it's documented, we are at war.
Will,
You know what I'm
you
saying?
might have to get over it, bro. The last time you claimed victory for the USA flag, red, white, and blue, was before civil rights.
Was the last time we was at war?
The last time you
What
can
about?
claim victory at war.
I
So
mean,
we don't claim.
Congress didn't
So we
declare
don't
war
claim
on
victory in
Vietnam,
Iraq.
though.
What did you get out of Iraq?
A victory, nigga. Like we won the war. I'm not talking about resources we
And nigga
recovered.
said
I'm just
won the
saying.
war
I'm
against
just saying.
Iraq.
Go
No.
ahead, man.
Come on,
So
bro.
hold on, Taz.
Against
The
Iraq,
Kuwait War
bro.
wasn't a real thing,
That's bully shit, bro. That's bully shit,
but
bro.
I'm saying,
Iraq.
Let
was
him
it a
get it out,
documented
Chad.
war,
Go
Taz?
on, let him get it out, man.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Was the Kuwait War a documented war?
Yes.
Right. And we packed that shit up real quick. I agree with you. It wasn't Korea. It wasn't World War II. But it was on paper a documented war, and we wrapped that shit up real quick.
What Will said, document.
Yeah, what do you mean by documented?
I mean, through legislation, like other government bodies agreeing that, yeah, we should attack. We are at war. I'm saying
That,
outside of a executive order, an executive privilege, an executive position, right?
so was Vietnam a real war?
I
Why
like
you
that
taking so long to respond?
because it's a complex question. So I didn't jump. So I didn't jump out the window, right? Because I respected the question,
I'm
Taz.
going
So
on mute,
fucking
Chad.
relax.
They motherfuckers that run from that Vietnam question all day long, bro. You ain't the only one though, Will.
We says the U.S. war. All right, I'm gonna see what ChatGPT say.
Wow.
So chill, Taz. ChatGPT says yes. Vietnam War was a documented U.S. war. We declared war.
Who? Who declared war?
So while Congress did not issue formal declaration of war, the
Right.
conflict involved extensive U.S. military involvement. And so now, reading it, no, Congress didn't declare war.
No. Right.
Yeah, yeah. Now I see the complexity of the question. Yeah, it wasn't what I would call, when I was using that term, a documented war. Right. Congress didn't vote on that.
So is it a war? So was it a war?
I mean, I think you and I would acknowledge Vietnam as a war, would you not?
Of course. It,
Right.
it was.
So now the argument becomes you can have a war without it being a fully documented war, and I would agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a war. Once motherfuckers start getting shot and shit like that, motherfuckers on TV talking tough and bombs dropping, yeah, it's a war, bro.
See, Vietnam was crazy though. It is essentially documented. The war through various means.
Yeah,
See,
Vietnam was
the argument with Vietnam is it was considered a war outside of American government and
Government?
documentation. Yeah.
what?
The argument is that the Vietnam War was considered a war by bodies outside of America, while we may not fully acknowledge it as a war. Because you
I
would
mean, this
agree, Taz, while you and I consider it a war, America never fully acknowledged it as a war.
Vietnam? Are you crazy? there were protests on college campuses and people campaigning on fighting to end the war.
But I'm
Like,
talking about the
yes,
government though. The government
yes,
never fully acknowledged it as a war.
no, they never fully declared war. They
Right.
absolutely acknowledged it. Even JFK at the beginning of it acknowledged it.
I wouldn't
You
argue
want to
that.
tell that to the motherfuckers that got drafted?
Right.
Nah, I wouldn't argue that. That makes sense to me.
So how can you have a draft
That is a
anyway?
good question. How could you have a draft without Congress voting on and
I
declaring war?
tried to stop my question in mid sentence.
Now that was a good question.
Yeah, it's called executive power. That's how.
So it was an executive order.
Executive powers is what I'm referring to, more than just, I mean, just having the ability to declare war without actually declaring it.
Yeah, it
I mean,
is.
Obama did it multiple times. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that we haven't seen. I mean, I would argue a lot of times we don't call it war.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But conflict.
Yeah, yep. Because they tried that with Vietnam for a while, the Vietnam conflict.
Meanwhile, Agent Orange all over the motherfucker.
Niggas getting smoked. Yeah.
My uncle and shit coming back fucked up on heroin and shit.
And I will be honest, like, if there's a place that I could criticize Donald Trump, it's specifically him handling this entire fucking Israel Palestinian conflict. Little shit like declaring Jerusalem, right, as a Palestinian state and the Palestinian, as an Israeli state. Israelis have authority over that. A lot of presidents avoided making that call. So we all kind of at a different time, and yeah, Trump's taking a hard line. Like he riding with the smarts.
I mean, I don't think any other president would have did anything different though. Like America's gonna ride with Israel regardless. I don't care who in office.
But now here's the thing, though. Trump did things that no other American president did. Like no other American president said Jerusalem belongs to the Israelis.
Yeah, that was
Right?
different.
Yeah, that was different.
That was different.
I'm looking this shit up now, and Iran is talking crazy. Iran is talking like, all right, y'all niggas want to play? All of y'all servicemen are targets. They're not really even talking about attacking mainland United States because they know they can't really do that. They could drop a bunch of bombs on Israel, but they don't even have the military capability to attack us here on the homeland. But the niggas are saying, y'all servicemen, yeah, them niggas could get it. And I got a little homie that's out there, you know what I mean? So that's when it becomes problematic for me. Like, all right, now we doing too much. No, niggas do. To don't worry, niggas do still care about civil rights. Two things can be true at the same time.
What you talking about, bro?
Told my nigga in the chat, he was like, yo, you care more about what's going on in Iran than Trump rolling back his civil rights. But in reality, like Trump, I can't present a case where he affected the life of a black American. Like, nah, we all right. Even with all the shit that's been rolled back, we all right. Am I pro shit being rolled back? No, but it's not the end of the world.
Roll it back, my nigga. Roll it back. God damn.
I'm in the chat. Now, big ups, that's a fact. Certain of those things escalated certain policies America was trying to push. I would agree with that. What's your stance on that, Taz? Should we mind
What's
our
that, bro?
fucking business or should we hold down Israel?
Uh, yeah, I think we should mind our fucking business, bro.
We
Yeah, we.
Yeah, we. Nigga, I'm an American.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah. Like, I mean, because again, like you say, if it's anything to do with the black community, it's those service members. Like, you know what I mean? That's the fucked up part about it, because you don't want to just, be completely fucked up about it. Like, yeah, fuck that war and fuck Donald Trump and whatever he do is what he do, because you do know it impact other people. So I
Y'all
think that's the
babies.
tough part of the conversation.
Yeah. Hey, yo, Domo, I'm with you, man. Free Palestine. But the question is, who's going to free Palestine? Is it going to be Palestinians and fucking Muslim institutions, or is it going to be us? And it's
Free
not our job.
Palestine. That nigga crazy.
Nah, I ain't got no issue with free Palestine, Taz.
I do from Damo.
They are very much going through a form of apartheid. That's real. So a term like free Palestine, it does have some validity because they are going through some bullshit. Now,
Yeah,
is
Yeah,
it
nobody's
right?
denying that other regions of the earth are being on the business end of imperialism and colonialism.
True. But that's not an
I mean,
issue in front of us. What's in front of us is Palestine. What's in front of us is October 7th.
oh, you talking some Hebrew Israelite shit now, man.
yeah. I don't even know what October 7th represent.
October 7th is when they crashed out into Israel, killed a couple people, took a couple people hostage, and then Israel blew Palestine the fuck up. That's October
Cause
Mm.
I,
7th.
cause I remember McKinney in protesting with Greenpeace 2009.
The only way I won't have an issue with you saying that about Palestine is if you could tell me right now with no Googling what day did Tulsa get attacked by the
Absolutely
white
nothing.
community.
Absolutely nothing. So I stand with you on that point. If you're talking about the black community, I fully get it. Crashing out for them isn't necessarily in our benefit. So I agree.
But you naming dates though on their behalf though.
I'm just saying I'm giving the historical context. Like Domo jumped in the chat. He was like, "Oh, Palestine did this on October 7th." I'm not even mad at them people for doing what they did on October 7th. That's not my beef.
Yeah, I don't know what they did on October 7th. I
Oh,
don't
they
care.
blew some shit up, my nigga.
It
They
don't
went through
matter.
that wall. Yo, Taz, they went through that wall. They started scooping up Jewish bitches and putting them in motherfucking pickup trucks and taking them back over to fucking Palestine and putting them in them tunnels. That's what
Oh
this whole
wow.
shit is about.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
nothing
these
started on October 7th. I don't know why you trying to make it seem like what nothing going on before October 7th.
so y'all fighting for terrorists.
That would sound like he trying to make it seem like
Saying,
October 7th
hold
should be
up,
a national
saying if a
holiday or
nigga
some shit.
supports
You,
the
you
pet.
holocausting it, Will? What's up with it?
Nah, I get what you're saying, Taz. Like you're fighting for terrorists if you're fighting for the Palestinian cause.
Yeah, that's crazy. Y'all niggas support terrorism.
I'm not saying I'm supporting terrorism, but I'm saying I don't alienate those people in terms of fighting their fight, and I'm gonna choose a side to go with American Israel. Nah, then people got a valid reason to fucking tear that wall down and put in that pain.
But I'm saying you right in the midst
We
of
should be
Wall
doing
Street.
that shit. Shit.
Well, I heard this.
I'm just saying I respect it. That's all. Should we be fighting for them? No, because we got our own fights right here where we should focus our resources right here.
So I'm
But I
saying
can,
while you was on Wall Street in them offices around all them small hats, you was holocausting it, wasn't you?
no.
You wasn't recognizing it.
See, that's another. That's it. And before, hold up, chill out, Taz. Before you cut me off, right? That's another element to that DEI conversation. No, my nigga, niggas ain't going in them offices cooning and shucking and jiving for Israel. No, I would actually argue that we do get to those conversations. Niggas be like, yo, y'all niggas is violating. Y'all doing some fuck shit over there. So no, it didn't require me stepping and fetching and shucking and jiving to get where I got through them small hats. No.
That's crazy.
Trying to think of the name of this book. American.
Like for
You
real.
saying that now?
Status Palestinians are not our friends either. I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm reading true comment. Yeah, they got them sugar shacks in our hood. I wouldn't disagree with that. But they're not our friends. But I mean, certain conversations are aligned. So when you're talking about apartheid, shit like that, it can apply to Palestine as well.
How? I mean, that's
Yo,
the
they
whole
got a
system of government. Like
yeah, they
it's a
got
whole system.
it's a system based on apartheid, my nigga. Like you having to show your ID to go in certain places, and the Jews don't have to. Like there's a lot of similarities between what went on in South Africa with what's going on in Palestine right now. Now, does that make Palestine my ally? No, because they don't have any verbiage that they're locked in with me, trying to push my agenda. So am I gonna jump out the window for them? No.
Would you say they have a much worse plight?
In South Africa,
Nah, than Americans, nigga. Than black people here.
um, if I'm being honest, Taz, yeah, them motherfuckers got it way worse than we do.
Damn.
Yeah,
I gotta
I
try
think
my best to give a fuck.
chill, Taz. I think our inclusion
Even
into
though
the system doesn't allow America to attack us the way that strip of land is being attacked. They just have a different dynamic.
they got their own flag where no other people can claim the flag except for them.
Yeah, but what the flag mean if these people are taking your land? If we're talking Israeli settlements, they're taking their land. That's the
Then we
flag.
have land over here.
So that's why I said I wouldn't make the comparison between the two. I think we have two very different dynamics.
Oh,
Right. But I want to be clear. Do I put prioritizing them over prioritizing us? Absolutely not.
No, I mean, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you would go that far as to say that, but I do think even saying that they have it worse is is a level of um, elevating their struggle. Because I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I played the oppression Olympics, nigga, and we the gold medalists. We're the gold medalists. So
Nah,
yeah, I'm
yo,
saying
Taz.
until we receive our fucking gold medals, then yeah, nigga, we gonna line them up, and yeah, I'm gonna say we're the worst.
And I respect that argument. And I'm going to always support you in that argument. But there are videos of little Palestinian girls looking up into the sky as rockets are coming down. We're not dealing with that. Niggas that try to add in the push movement and shit like that. And while it's still valid, I'm not invalidating how fucked up certain shit that happened to my people was. Nah, it's not the same as that.
So if those rockets that are sent into our community were visible, would it make a difference? Because I can certainly point to different ways that the black community was attacked in. It just wasn't sending rockets or burning down houses or declaring war on us, but it was a more of a subtle attack, a more of a covert attack. And those covert attacks over a period of generations, I think, apply a lot more than, what I'm saying, some people overseas.
I, I would fully, fundamentally, totally respect and support that argument. As a black American, I support that argument. But we can't pretend like it wasn't overt against us as well. Like it was overt. When they dropped bombs on the fucking what was it, movement, like that shit was overt. They did that shit in front of the cameras.
Right. That was 1985. I'm
Hmm.
saying, think about the amount of covert attacks on the black community since then. That was 40 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Since then, there have been so many covert attacks on the black community that we don't discuss. It's hard to point to another community and say, wow, they have it bad. Well, we're in a purposefully undereducated community that doesn't even seem to recognize the daily attacks on us.
I would agree with that.
That you can see those rockets. You know what I'm saying? At least they know they being attacked. They know they in a state of war and got to fight every day. We don't know that, fam.
I would agree with that.
Damn, I'm
That's
fired
valid.
with this shit, bro. This debate shit is like, I'm fucking amazing, bro. Just the way I threw that together and slapped that together on some shit I don't give a fuck about, bro. Like,
Nigga stupid. Nah, I get it. I get it though. And it's a valid argument. But then it becomes an argument of, are we looking to ally ourselves with anyone?
For
And
what?
the same way people took advantage of allying themselves with our movements, our causes, we could exploit some other people. But niggas are uncomfortable with exploiting,
Let
right?
me
There's space in that whole Palestine argument to make the black argument. Same way in DEI, there's space for the gays to make their minority argument. You get
what?
what I'm saying?
No, like, bro, you just jumped out the fucking window. Say that again.
I'm saying in the space of this whole Palestinian conflict, there's room for us to push our narrative, our agenda, right? Highlight
Push it to who?
that. That's your decision. Whoever we pushing it to, are we pushing it to the Hague? Are we pushing it to the Supreme Court? But when we talk about that topic that you debated so well, right? One of the main crux of that topic is, how did other people benefit from this more than we did? I'm
All right,
saying
it
we
wasn't
can.
by going to the Hague.
Nah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying, the bodies that we speak of at times as if they are in authoritarian positions, they're not. If they were, they could just stop the war right now. They're not in them type of positions. They can't do shit, especially not to America. Now, some of these other countries, I think, they can bully them around and shit, but they can't do shit to fucking America, bro. They don't have no. I mean, don't the Hague got a warrant out for George H.W. Bush that
I
they've
think
had
they
out since?
I think they got one for BB Netanyahu too.
Yeah, like, I mean,
Can't
they
do
put warrants
nothing.
out for niggas that can't even go arrest them.
Can't
Like, you know what I'm saying?
exercise it at all. I get your point. BB gonna still be BB. I get your point.
Talk about some goddamn war crimes that you can't prosecute.
But I'm saying, at what point do we capitalize on what we complain about was capitalized on us?
I mean, but how do you propose doing that if we have people that are fighting for Palestinians and um standing up for Israel and all this extra shit that ain't got nothing to do with what's happening in the black community?
True. It's complex. I don't disagree. True.
I mean, we still follow a lot of mainstream leads. Like today is like a lot of black content creators was live talking about Trump, talking about the war. It's like you're following the narratives, like you following the mainstream narratives. We're not breaking away from any of that. You know what I'm saying? We still, right there where we were when we were watching TV. And now we on social media and we kind of just transfer our understanding of it now to social media. We don't even look at the shit as programming no more.
But the whole thing is a mainstream topic, though. There's no getting away from that. Like,
I agree. I
we're
agree with that.
we're not fully invested in that. You get what I'm saying? Like, when the topic comes up, it's outside of us. I agree with that.
Damn, it feel good out here, bro. I know y'all suffering through a heat
Nigga,
wave in
it's
other
hot
parts
as
of the country,
fish grease in North Carolina, nigga.
but
This
it's a
shit
little breeze
terrible.
out here, bro. It feels great out here, bro. This is amazing.
This nigga Taz gonna violate me the other night. Now, Willie, shut your bitch ass up and instead of sending me that 10. Spend the 10 and shut your bitch ass up. I'm like, yo, Taz, my nigga, I'm making your argument, bro.
That was a good one, though. That was a good one, though. You can't say it wasn't, though. That was a good one. When you have a few sips though,
I ain't
nigga, you
even
don't even pass
respond,
the
my nigga.
mic, nigga. You don't even pass the mic. You'll just go, nigga.
I
Sometimes
ain't
nigga
even
I'll be like,
respond.
Willie, bruh, pass the fucking mic, bruh. Let another nigga get in here, bruh. God damn.
I don't get a chance to make my dissertation like you and your mans do. Y'all the heavyweight champs. Y'all get to just everybody be quiet for 15 minutes while y'all go on.
I do not get no 15 minutes. You can cut that shit out. It's a nigga gonna cut me off just as quick as he gonna cut you off, bruh. Motherfuckers is not going. Especially if Damo ass up here. That nigga ain't finna let me finish a sentence if he don't like what I'm saying.
I mean, the dope, like, niggas always look at this shit that we can't accomplish, but the dope shit about where we're at is you and Damo. You know what I mean? Like, it's two fundamentally opposing black positions being debated in a respectable format. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gonna keep it debate always. Like we gonna keep it debate. I say we need more of that shit. That's why I say I hope some more motherfuckers that's serious actually, not just get in the league just to get in it, but some people that's serious about, topics and conversations. Hope some more people do join. You know what I'm saying? I think we do need to kind of showcase our
I will
intellect as
say
a
this.
community.
I will say this, Taz. I was ready to totally hate on your last debate. This nigga said, and I want to be clear. I'm not saying I don't support what Martin did. And yeah, I said, oh, this nigga disarmed me. Oh shit, he not even crashing on Martin. He's just making a
No,
debate. I said, okay. You know what I mean?
no. Like I said, that was actually my first time ever going against Dr. King on social media, bro. Like I've spent so many years fighting all the narratives of he was with a white woman, he led us into a burning house, he was too weak. My entire time on social media for the past 12, 13 years, I've always defended him. So that was just a different position. But you know what I'm saying? Like, no, I fully support Dr. King, Malcolm, all that shit. But for debate purposes, I say Malcolm X was the bitch. He was Elijah's bitch, nigga. Let's get it. You know what I'm saying? And that
And
nigga was a whole hoe out here for Elijah,
I
nigga.
ain't
What you
gonna
want to
lie, you
do?
disarmed my hate, my nigga. You was like, I'm not going against Martin. I was like, oh shit. Nigga spun it on me. And then you handled the debate from there.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta lead it in with a little extra over the top shit to make motherfuckers be like, what?
That's the
You know what I'm
only
saying? Just
reason
to
I was mad
get
at
their
your
attention.
mans, because he has defended DEI in its current form well. Even
Yes, he
at points
has.
when in the conversation I was disagreeing with him, he brought up points I was like, damn, I didn't really look at that. And so to run from that, nah, my nigga, like, yo, you cooked yourself.
Yeah, he tried to force me into the old conversation about the origins of DEI,
I
but I
peeped it.
do think even because I kind of didn't really catch on to what he was doing till it was really too late to call that out. But it was like, okay, so yeah, I mean, I'll give you the origins, but what does that look like returning it to a quote unquote revolutionary format? Niggas is not going into their job the way students went into, you know what I'm saying,
Where do we
Cornell.
see the
Like,
tangible
you know what I
results of
mean?
that
Where's the
plan now? Right.
Yeah, like I didn't, you know what I mean? I didn't really catch on to his complete argument till it was too late. Cause like I say, now Damo usually do a good job of sending you his argument, but this time he kind of kept me in the dark on exactly where he was going. You know what I'm saying? He
Bro,
sent me enough to
I give
know.
y'all $100 if y'all could
I don't
pull the
blame you,
clip
Domo. I don't blame
of
you.
me defending. I give y'all $100 if I could pull the clip of me defending mainstream DEI. I will give you $100
Yo, Domo,
if you
Q
could pull
just
the
played the
clip where
video
Damo said,
last night. Q just played the video
Bet,
last night. You were on video
bet.
saying,
How
I
long I
"Okay, so
bet
pull
got?
it
you.
up.
How long I
So
got?
pull it up. I give you
How
$100.
how long I got?
Yeah,
Oh,
How
whenever
long I
shit,
you
got to
this
do.
ain't
find
my
it?
fight.
When
From you,
whenever I
you got
find
it.
it?
infinite,
Yeah.
undetermined.
Dev, I'm minding my
All
business,
right.
Dev.
All right, bro.
Now again, here's the. I said defending mainstream
Look,
DEI.
see? You gonna try to wiggle out of it as soon as I pull the clip.
No, 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 no. I said because what I've always said is one. Do these efforts are these efforts the solution? No, but getting rid of them is still detrimental. That's not a defense of it. That's saying that even these small efforts, when they get rid of them, you see a detrimental impact.
But then the argument comes
No, I'm
down
calling that
to,
a defense. That's what
but
I'm
then the
calling the
argument
defense,
comes
though.
down to if these things aren't
But you
benefiting
know what? If
people.
you saying that's a defense,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying
okay,
is a
I'll give you
defense.
that. I'll give
Because
you that. If you're
that's,
saying that's
because,
a defense, I don't look at that as defending that. That's me saying that. Because in that conversation, what I'm talking about is the efforts to harm black people specifically. That's the difference. So like the center to me, the center of that conversation isn't centering defending DEI. It's more so regardless of how effective DEI is, the efforts to get rid of it is detrimental to black people.
But that's not your argument in your criticism of Trump.
How how are you telling me what my argument is?
Because what Trump cut back was DEI and
This
incentives.
nigga is
Yes,
mad that you
yes.
lost, boy.
Bro, do you hear the point that I made? The point that I made is Trump's efforts to get rid of DEI is detrimental, even if I think mainstream DEI efforts aren't effective.
And I'm saying you didn't
His,
defend that in the argument. You didn't defend
because
that
I
there.
don't need
You
to.
dodged it.
Okay, here's the thing.
You
I was the
needed to.
affirmative. Hold on, here's the thing. I was the affirmative. And this is really what I mean when I say like niggas really don't understand how debate works. The affirmative picks their argument. The affirmative is not stuck. As long as I'm making an argument saying that black people should fight for DEI, that's it. If you wanted it to be mainstream, you should have said mainstream. If we wanted it to be the corporate efforts, it should have said corporate efforts. Our
So
that's what
title
now
I'm
did
my
saying.
not
question,
As,
my
but
question will become: Are you
because
fighting for
even
it? Are you fighting for it in the premise that you presented the
Did you
architects of it
hear
and what they
why are
or
want?
you hold
comprehend
on.
Hold on,
anything that he
hold
said?
on. Of course I did, Dev. Let
Because
me
look,
ask the
I
here's
question.
the
don't
thing,
think you
Taz.
did.
Here's the
I
thing.
don't think you heard. I
Remember,
don't think you comprehend what he
even
just said.
If I would
hold
have
on,
asked
hold
the
on, because look,
question, you would have understood I
even
got it.
Taz, remember when we was clarifying the topic and you said should black people fight for DEI policies, and I said policies ain't got nothing to do with the topic. We never said nothing about policy.
right,
Yeah,
right.
So
that was
what
me
is the
telling you. That
reflection
was
of
me telling you that.
DEI?
I
Hold
was, I was
on, let me
No,
ask you.
nigga.
Let me ask you this, Domo. You may be able to educate me.
No.
Chill, you may be able to educate
Hell
me.
nah.
What if you're talking about defending DEI? What policies are you defending and trying to
true
protect
story. True.
outside of?
I'm not okay. My argument was that DEI isn't a policy; it is a ideology that shapes policy.
That
When
is
you say
crazy.
DEI is a policy, you're saying that there's an endpoint to it. So then you do this, and doing this, like this policy is what
No,
DEI is.
that's not
No,
what's being said.
no,
I
that
don't
is
think
what's being.
anyone I don't think anyone can deny Domo even without a master's degree. DEI is a policy. It's a
No, it's
corporate
not, bro.
policy.
Well,
Here's
he
the thing.
stood on that shit. God
Here's the
damn,
thing.
this is crazy.
Are there corporate DEI policies? Yes, but me and Taz will both agree that those policies suck. They're not good. So then you
Whether
have to ask
they
the
suck,
question,
hold
why?
on. Whether they suck or not is the question. That's not
No,
the
it's
question.
not. No, it's not. That's
So
not
let me make my
corporate.
point,
That's what
right?
I'm saying. That's what
What's
I'm
in
saying. See,
question is
this.
the
Hold
fact
on.
that
Let me say this.
those
Let me say this.
are the
This is what's
representation
difficult. This
of
is what's
DEI.
difficult is having these conversations on YouTube. Right? I'm gonna be 100% honest.
Q already
And
recommended him
again,
for rehabilitation. But go ahead.
and again, I'm not gonna take nothing away from Taz and Dilla
I
at
recommend
all,
myself, nigga. Fuck is
at
you talking
all.
about?
You feel me?
I'm
But
not the
as
only
we
one
have it,
saying that, nigga. I don't care about you getting motherfucking feelings. Shit.
but
Go
if
ahead,
we
Domo.
having if we're having conversations, like if we're having if we're talking about debates, right? The reason why we pick an affirmative and a negative is because like the affirmative has a job and the negative has a job, right? The affirmative's job is to establish its position affirming the resolution. So if the resolution is black people should fight for DEI, the job of the affirmative is to explain why black people should fight for DEI. Now, if there are multiple ways to understand DEI, which from my research there is, then I can pick one of those methods to defend. I don't have to defend things that I don't stand on. And it's like
Right. And I,
I get that there are things that y'all want me to say because that's how you're used to having the conversation. But I'm an innovator. I
no,
come
but I agree.
I cre-
But
yeah,
but that's why it
yeah.
becomes and my goal then becomes I have to show that that's not DEI. That's it. That's, you know what I'm saying. I
And
get
he
what you're saying, and
accomplished that.
as the affirmative, you're
But
correct. I have to meet you at your argument, but because, like I said in the debate, where are the DEI signs? That's not DEI. That's just diversity.
no, but
I don't.
okay,
I
okay.
don't. I don't
And
think you
here's the
made
thing.
the argument to overcome that.
No, no, actually, I did because you never proved that it wasn't DEI. You never
Yes, I
proved
did.
that that wasn't you. No, you didn't.
I certainly did. Well, that's why I said when I challenged it,
You
I
said
said there's no equity, and you
oh,
agreed,
okay, okay.
which is why they would
No,
have to keep fighting
no,
today.
no,
You
no.
still have to fight for
Here's
it today.
but here's the
Yes.
argument. Here's the argument. Here's the argument. The argument is that the letters, the acronym DEI, right, it is an acronym that was established due to claims of diversity and inclusion being introduced as material demand. That means that the only reason we even talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion stems from the origin that I laid out. So my argument was that we need to focus on that origin, not the commercialized way that we understand it right now.
Yeah,
Right?
but the
That's
debate
my
moved
that
past that though.
no, but hold
Yeah.
on. But the
Yeah. Yeah. I
debate
was gonna
can't
say
move.
we
Hold on,
got.
hold on. The debate
Yeah. We
doesn't
got.
move past the affirmative though,
No, it
because I
But it
laid
absolutely
moves.
out.
But it
can.
moves past. But it moved past the
Oh, bro,
origin.
that's what I'm
But
saying.
it does move
No,
past the origin.
it
It
does
absolutely
not
does.
because I'm standing on the
That's why
origin.
you lost. Because it
All that
moved
y'all are
past
saying,
the origin.
I'm not
bro. See, that's what I'm
contesting the
saying. I
origin.
passed.
I'm
Passed.
standing on the
But
origin with
that's
you.
you have to. You have to. But that's bro. You're the negative. You have to contest it because if I'm saying we need to
No, he
focus on the
doesn't.
origin, if I'm
No, I have to
saying we
contest
need to
DEI. Like that's what I'm saying. You're
no.
not.
Yeah,
Yes,
bro. See,
bro.
that's what I'm saying. Congratulations on your win, bro. Like I'm telling you, I've been teaching debate for over 20 years, bro.
Okay.
Like I've been in, I like I've like I've literally coached national champions. Like
Okay.
what y'all are telling me, what and it's like here, this is we doing what we do
You
here,
don't think I
right?
have
So
the potential to be a national champion?
Did they see you get your ass whooped?
under my tutelage,
Your
we
weak
do.
ass, soft ass nigga. Oh, damn. That was a good one too. That was a good one. That was a
Nah,
good comeback right there.
yeah, but nah, good shit though, bro. Good shit. Don't let Brother Rob be Chris in it, right?
That'll be
But
amazing.
but
That'll
shout
be
out to Chris.
amazing.
Shout out to Brother Rob. Shout out to
So
Taz. Everybody that's
I'm
still in the
telling you,
tunnel,
Domo, it
man.
was the lead up.
Top three.
You stood on certain
Hey,
things in the lead up to the debate
hey,
that
right
were
quick
never
though,
addressed.
Willie, right quick.
Hey,
Let me tell Damo, hey, bruh. So I see I got some insight on a topic, bro. You heard about it?
nah, I ain't heard about it.
Should black people support the ICE protests?
Oh wow. Who's taking what side?
Oh, bro, Rob taking the negative.
Ah, Chris.
Uh, who taking the affirmative? Who taking the affirmative?
Chris.
Chris.
Oh, Chris Harris.
He okay. So here's the thing. The one thing that I will admit
Uh,
is I had to, you know what I'm saying, I had to go above and beyond to prove my point. Chris is gonna have to too. He's gonna have to kill this. Cause I'm not saying it's impossible, but that's his. I think that's an uphill battle.
That's an uphill battle,
That's
bro.
an uphill battle.
that we should support ICE. That's an
Yeah,
uphill
that's an
battle.
uphill battle.
I don't know
That's
about
that's
that.
definitely no. He's not
I don't
saying
know.
support. See, Rob, but see, nah, the debate isn't about supporting ICE. It's whether or not you support the protest. You don't like. You can still say F ICE and then say I'm still not supporting the protest. or it ain't even whether or not you support it. It's like whether, well, no, what's the title? Say the title one more time.
I would say us
Should
not
black people support the
supporting
ICE
it.
protests?
Yeah, that's an easy
Yeah,
one.
should they just support the ICE protest?
If you're the negative on that,
Mm,
that's easy. That's yellow brick road.
mm. I'm trying to think,
Nigga,
would I have taken that? I'm trying to think, would I
I'd be
have
on that
taken it?
motherfucker like niggas go apply, get you a job for ICE. I don't know what these niggas talking about. Like, bro, I cook in that debate, nigga. Niggas would be mad
I
as
would,
hell,
but
bro.
if I'm being honest, I would have took it. I would have took it.
It's a good one.
Ooh,
It's a
would
good
I
one, bro.
have? Would I have? Yeah, I would have took
It's a
it.
good
I
one.
would have took it. See, and now if you would have said, "Damo, stand on what you've been saying," that like that. This is one of the ones. The FI, yeah, this is one of the ones. Like I for sure stand on all the everything. Like yeah, like
You
the law
stand on us
enforcement.
not like supporting the ICE protests. That's what you stand on?
Nah, I would stand on. Even though I'm not saying we need to actively go out there and protest. But if it was a question about picking a side, I'm definitely picking a side of support. If it was like either support or don't support, I'm
You're
definitely gonna pick the
supporting the
sides.
protests. Okay.
Yeah, for sure, for sure,
Yeah, nah, I ain't
for
with
sure,
that. I ain't
for
with
sure.
that.
Hell
Definitely.
no.
Nah, truth, he not gonna be in because he ain't gonna agree to shut the fuck up.
Nah, Willie trash. Willie ain't got what it takes. Willie a cheerleader. He can't really get in the ring.
But
Nah, my
I was
nigga, that's
trying.
not my job. Like I'm an analyst and I know you pick uphill battles. I watched a couple of your debates. They were uphill battles. I watched you win a couple, but you just picked bad debate premises. That's my only thing. I ain't saying you ain't a champ.
So, truth. Before we get out of here, there's a book that I've been trying to review. It's the American Directory of Certified Uncle Toms, written by John B. Vogel. Have you ever heard of that one?
That's crazy right there.
Man, fuck truth.
Who,
He made me
Just a
stop doing
who,
the
just
cha
a
cha
who
slide. I don't even do
who's
the
in
cha cha
that?
slide.
Who's in that book?
that's a wild topic. I mean, that's a wild title right there, bro.
Yeah, it actually got published.
Just a whole collection of stories of niggas cooning.
Yeah. You want the book now?
That motherfucker need to be rewritten. Sound like it need a modern update.
Popular culture has never benefited us.
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
God damn it.
Hold on, I'm trying to get the publisher's date on it. Paperback is $80. Now we're gonna buy the $100 hard copy.
What's Psycho talking about?
Oh shit.
You
Who
finna slide
knows?
over
Nigga
there, ain't we?
psycho and
You about
turn
to?
the fuck up.
Jim
No, I think
Jones.
he lied.
Yeah, he live. Yeah, what's his
Oh
name?
nah,
Jim
Jimmy's
Jones.
tweaking the fuck out. Jimmy
The
bugging.
rapper? Oh yeah, I don't even
Yeah,
know what's
that
going
Jim
on with
Jones.
him. What about him?
Jimmy bugging the fuck out.
Some
He
went
running
down.
around saying
Yeah.
he better than Nas and all that goofy shit. Like Jimmy, relax. You are the balling nigga. That's it.
Nah, I can't say that, but
Jimmy is the
Nas is
balling nigga. That's it.
Nas might be a little too much of a long shot for him, but he has some good mixtapes though. And Summer with Miami wasn't a bad album either.
Ayo Taz. I watched a YN, right? Some popular YouTube nigga. He did a whole, cast on him listening to the Illmatic album for the first time. To watch that little nigga so bugged out and invigorated off the wordplay, like, yeah, niggas would never get that from nothing Jim Jones ever crafted.
Oh,
Nah,
I don't be
nigga.
believing them type of videos, fam.
Nah, Nas was that dude, man.
So here's another book by Donald Bogle entitled Toms, Coons, Mulattoes, Mammies,
Damn.
yeah, and Bucks.
Sambos, do they put Sambos in there? Ignorance.
Uh,
Not
yeah,
Bucks. That's
it's going on the
wild.
Bucks. Yeah, an interpretation history of Bucks in American films, and it was a bestseller. Yeah,
I ain't heard niggas call Bucks in a little minute. That was some old
yeah.
2022 shit.
Oh yeah, it's going way back. So between those two books, you should be able to get a little database of who been putting on that list. But yeah, we'll get into some Sambo topic. I know Q said he wanted to go in on some Sambos before he got real busy and shit.
Yeah, we supposed to be doing Sambos across the globe.
Yeah.
Oh, across the
Oh
globe?
yeah, you got that one already. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I knew one of those books you probably already had.
Yeah, because
I'm
when we was
curious.
talking about it, we was talking about how they not talked about everywhere the
Yeah.
same way they highlighted here. So
Yeah.
it was it was more of a let's
I'm
just do a
curious.
FBA Pan African session on all the Sambos.
Who would the Sambos coming from that island be? I mean, from that continent. Because the Sambos on that continent.
Yeah, I said I would
Motherfuckers
have to
taking
do
that
some research.
goddamn check from whoever installed them in the office. What's that motherfucker name that was in power in Uganda from '02 through 2014? It's
Yeah,
a
I would
pretty
I would put the
yeah.
Zulu Nation up there though for that's the one I do know for sure. They was talking
Damn.
about um these motherfuckers talking about they gonna fight for the white farmers and shit. That was insane. So they wouldn't eat without the white farmers, and so they need them. I
So
would definitely
everybody
be
goes
introducing
down in
that
that
one.
argument. Chaos one goes down. Africa Man Booty goes down.
That nigga still count as like a member of the black race.
So what so nah, hold on. That's what I would ask is how do we circumvent him from it? Because I'm perfectly fine with boxing him out of the conversation. But how do we do that? With
By not bringing that motherfucker up.
That's
Mm.
fair. That's fair.
Let that
This nigga
motherfucker
good.
die.
This
Yeah, you
nigga
calling that
good.
motherfucker Africa? Yeah.
Africa band booty. That shit crazy. And that ain't no bullshit story. Like a lot of niggas in the Bronx recognize the fact that yeah, they was doing that shit. We knew they was doing that shit in that apartment. I'm like, damn. I was nervous walking through y'all hood. Y'all was going to spend the night in Band Booty crib. Shit crazy.
Which one? Ghoul? The American Certified Directory.
That nigga said the certified directory of American Sambos, coons, and mammoths. That's
Yeah,
hard for real, bro. That sounds like a
yeah,
YouTube video.
yeah. The American Directory of Certified Uncle Toms by John B. Bogle.
And I'm waiting for the Taz video on that shit.
A review
I'm waiting for you to
of
go live.
the history, antics, and attitudes of, let's see, handkerchief heads, Aunt Jemimas,
Oh god.
head Negroes in
Oh
charge,
goodness.
house Negroes against the freedoms, aims of the black race.
Oh,
I think that's a 2002 edition.
it's a difficult one.
Which means difficult.
I
The
would argue
author's
that
name is James B. Lowe. I was correct. Let me correct myself. On that one, the directory, James B. Lowe, just like the hardware store, Lowe, 2002.
oh, I found it.
You found it? All right.
Look at this shit.
And the other one is the one by Donald Bogle, Bogle, Toms, Coons, Mulattoes, Mammies, and Bucks, an interpretive history of blacks in American films.
Damn, I just thought about it. That was Jimmy on that Hate Me Now remix when they was dissing Nas. You remember
Jim
that,
Jones?
Willie? Yeah.
Man, ain't nobody pay
Hey yo,
attention
this
to
little nigga
fucking
Nas
Nas.
think he live like me. Drove five, shot five, flip pies like
Like
me.
me. I
Yeah,
remember
nigga. You remember that
that.
shit? You a Terry Cloth. That mean you Terry very soft. Thanks, Jay. Called the blonde, broke his cherry off. Yeah,
Jimmy
but
got the
Jimmy didn't rap
streets.
on that. He just was talking on there, but he didn't rap on that.
Jimmy got the streets. I'll give him that. He's got that fundamental what do the black
Nah,
people
bro.
in
They
these
matter of fact,
neighborhoods.
call that nigga stupid, sucker for love. What he say? Stupid, sucker for love, home. Any man said he said we all bone Winnie. You a lame.
Yeah.
You forgot over the night. Your career is over like Mike.
Nah, he
That was the
can't do
line.
no,
That that was
no,
the line out of
Taz.
that motherfucker.
He cannot do that to Nas. Jimmy can't do that to Nas. Nah.
Tyson, Jordan, Jackson, Axe One, nigga. Nah, bruh. They got they got that Nas, bruh.
I can't do that to my son Nas, man. Nas was that dude.
I don't. Did he ever diss? Did he ever diss them? Did he ever even respond to Cam them?
Nope. Nope. They weren't even on his like radar then in terms of hip hop. Like they didn't really have no them niggas was on Koch records. Like they wasn't, you know what I mean, valid. Like Nas thing was Jay-Z. Jay-Z was taking over corporations. Like, I'm not thinking about you little niggas. We gonna all get to see, yo, Taz. Jimmy,
No, Jay responded to them
listen,
niggas though.
listen,
Mm.
Taz. Jimmy done backed himself in a corner. He's about to have a versus with Styles P. Jimmy and Styles P. Styles gonna get embarrassed. And we gonna all gonna dance the ballin' when you do it. After that, you gonna get washed.
I don't know, bruh. He got more hits than balling.
Uh, Jimmy ain't got no motherfucking hits, man.
Summer with Miami is a hit. That
A
that
hit compared to what? You
Mm,
consider that a hit compared to anything Travis Scott put out, anything Drake put out? Now that wasn't no hit. It caught a wave, yes. Wasn't a hit though.
that nigga said Drake. That's crazy.
mm.
I'm just saying these niggas got hits. You can't talk about hits if you ain't talking about Drizzy
Nah,
and
he
Drake.
ain't. Yeah, he ain't in that lane of hits. Like it just
Drake got
that it'd
hits,
be a
Taz. Cut the
it'd
shit,
be a
G.
low. No,
Just
no, I'm
when
saying
you
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying Jimmy ain't in that lane. Jimmy ain't in that
right,
conversation with Drake. Nah,
right.
he ain't in that. But Nas ain't either.
Mm.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. I would
No,
say it was a time. I would say when If I Ruled the World came out, that was the song that was on the level of where Drake is at now.
hell
Like
no.
when that song was released, the radio play it got, the exposure it got, yeah, it was a hit. That's a hit.
One hit wonder. That's what Nas is for
But I'm
real.
saying ain't no Summer in Miami my hit, no hit on that level. Summer in Miami is not a hit on that level. And I'm from Harlem, my nigga. I'm telling you that.
That's crazy how niggas do Jimmy.
You know why, Taz? We like Jimmy where he was. We all understood his position. Once he started moving outside of his position, now you claiming something that we can't give you validity to. Nigga, you was never that nigga. Real shit.
He wasn't
Nah,
big blood. He wasn't big blood
nah,
gang.
he was definitely big blood. That's a whole fact. What I'm saying is Illmatic, Illmatic is one of the greatest albums ever created. The reverence we have for this Nas nigga, even though he told us we was Asiatic before Afro pop out and Sabio, the shit he was talking at that time, nah, my nigga, we was dialed in. It hit different. That Illmatic album, one of the greatest albums ever made.
I was a Pac fan, man. I wasn't tapped in, bro. Nas was that little nigga who think he was live like Pac.
Yes, New York shit. I will agree. That's why Nas never sold like that, because it was New York niggas that put it on that pedestal. So he only got the numbers he did here. But nah, that album though, Illmatic, One Love, my nigga, that nigga wrote a whole song about writing his homies letters locked up.
The nigga said nobody in NYC has ever said put on that Jim Jones. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's fucked up.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that to Jimmy. Niggas did fuck with some of his songs, but nah, he ain't really lying though. Whoever said that.
That was truth. That's insane, bro. You know, I respect truth word. If he
Nah,
said
he
it,
ain't lying.
it's true. You know what I'm saying? I take his
He ain't
word for it.
lying.
That's crazy though.
That's my
I,
Eminem argument. Like, you have never heard a nigga driving through Crown Heights, driving past Truth Crib, banging out Eminem. Nah, nigga, he's not the GOAT to me. He will never be the GOAT to me and niggas from my community. Nah.
yeah, he don't even enter the conversation, bro. I wouldn't even bring dude up just to make it simple. He wouldn't even come up in my GOAT conversation.
But Taz, you in the conversation enough to know he gets brought up.
Oh, he get brought up too much.
Right.
Absolutely. Like I was saying, with our understanding of how the shit was pushed and whatnot during that time period and who was pushed and how they were pushed, I can't give him that, fam. They made him that. They made him into that. And to be honest, I think if they didn't do so much capping with his career, I might be more receptive to it. But it's just been too much cap on Eminem career. Motherfuckers saying all the black rappers scared to go against him and shit. When there really
I,
wasn't no reason to, because he dissing
I've
his baby mama
never
and shit.
ever, I've never ever heard an Eminem song with Busta Rhymes on it with Busta and Kill that nigga. And I don't even fuck with Busta Rhymes like that, but he spit. He do that same fast, weird rapping shit. Like that ain't our thing, nigga.
I
We
think
listen.
Eminem's subject matters were off for me. That's what I couldn't get with.
Yeah.
The ability to rap is one thing. I'd be lying if I say he don't have the ability to rap. No, he can rap. But the things he was talking about was more of some white boy shit. It was a turnoff. So it sounded like a different form of rap.
Nobody's driving through Brooklyn rapping a song about burying mother. That that subject matter that ain't resonate with us, nigga. That's some white boy shit.
That shit he talking about killing his baby mama and telling his daughter she got ketchup on her shirt and all that. Like, bro, I wasn't feeling that for
That
him.
wasn't what we was doing.
I'm going through it with my baby mama, bro, but I ain't finna listen to no song about throwing her in the fucking trunk, bro. Like,
If
what we doing?
anything, Jay-Z lost. Jay-Z lost the battle by rapping about a nigga baby mother. Cause that shit hit us different. Nigga, we going through that shit. You know what I mean? That's what lost Jay-Z that battle. Once he did that all, I came in your Bentley back seat, skeeted on your Jeep, niggas was like, nah, that shit goofy, my nigga. We ain't fucking with you.
Nah, I thought that super ugly was crossing the line, but
Nah.
you know, it's niggas in. It's a battle, like you know what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that shit goofy, but like, did he like was she in the Bentley back seat for real?
What I'm saying is though, when
Did he?
everything about our character is questioned, one thing I will point to is when Jay-Z was talking that dumb shit about us skeeting on your baby seat, nah. Black men
Left
was like,
condoms,
nah, we wasn't
skeeted in your
feeling that.
Jeep, left condoms on your baby seat. He ain't say he skeeted in a baby seat, bro. He said he skeeted in the Jeep, left condoms on the baby seat.
What the fuck is the difference, Taz?
I'm saying
If a
because
nigga did that to you,
because
is
if
you
he
not going to
said
get your gun?
right, but Nas ain't gonna get no gun. I mean, I mean, if and saying it that way, it was a provocation to go get your gun because that's at the beginning of the song. Woke up this morning and got yourself a gun, nigga. Use it, pussy. Jay-Z was on some bullshit though. Yeah, Hov was on some bullshit. He can't. Didn't his mom tell him to take that shit down or some shit?
Yeah. Mm. He on record for saying that, like, my mama told me, nah, that shit was whack. But I don't know, niggas don't give Nas enough credit. Like, before hip hop was this stamped, you get what I'm saying, like, thing of ours, like this stamped pop culture thing. Nas was pushing the culture forward. And that Illmatic album, niggas lost their mind over that album. That nigga told his man, hey, yo, guess who got shot in the dome piece? Jerome's niece on her way home from Jones Beach. New York niggas was like, damn, I could identify with telling my man, yo, some bullshit happened. Like, nah, that was Nas.
Yeah, that sound basic. Sound like some shit. Sound like some shit King Von would have said.
Fuck out of here. Don't ever disrespect my man like that.
I'm gone, man. I'm finna go over psychos, man.
I'm gonna pop
All
out.
right, man.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I put the link in the chat. If y'all want get on y'all entertainment. When we come back, we're gonna be back on some. Yeah, so we'll be back on the Black Power issues that affect the community. Maybe we'll have some updates on the Middle East situation. I'll go through some geopolitical history as far as why different governments, including the U.S., are so heavily interested in not only Iran but the Middle East. Period. And hopefully we can tie that back around to issues that we're dealing with here in the United States. For those that are not heavily invested into international uh, news and information, because the United States is not able to function without foreign interest or foreign economic, foreign trade, foreign influence. No, no. I would challenge anybody to give me one example of any one singular commodity item or anything. Name one thing that originates, uh, elevates, perpetuates, and remains in the borders of the United States. So basically, no foreign intervention. And that list gonna be small as a. You can say, "Oh, me, I've never left the United States." Well, look where you at on the totem pole. I don't necessarily mean that you have to leave the United States. I mean, in a different tax bracket, but maybe that's just me. I don't need to be so heavily invested into what's happening in my backyard. Was that the police? Oh, that's an ambulance. to be so heavily invested in what's going on in my backyard, what's going on down the street, on the block, what's going on in my state, what's going on in my country, then I stop. I can only rely on Western media. The same people who told me Lee Harvey Oswald shot JFK. Yeah, that must have been a false flag. All right. But yeah, we'll be back after Psycho. He gonna run it through tomorrow, and we'll be back. Good show on the graduation. Hopefully that video is up, and we'll see you on the back end. All right, Black Power.